The big bear with sharp claws rushed at the man. He, frightened, shouted, asking the bear not to come closer and stay still. The main character watched all this from afar. The piece always considered himself an ordinary person, until this moment. Now he wants to help a man who has been in trouble. He has no chance. The bear is busy and does not notice Kwasak, so it goes unnoticed. At heart, he blames himself for weakness. He is unfortunate that he needs help now. The protagonist always admired firefighters. They were for him real heroes who save people. He once dreamed of becoming like them, but had already reconciled with the fact that this dream remained in the past. Pusak was getting rid of and began to ask where he was. Before that, he went home on the last train after a hard day. He appeared in front of him, which was written that he was called to another world. There he was offered 3 options, who he wants to become in this new world. The protagonist seemed strange. Maybe he just slept. At the same time, the guy scratched his chin nervously. He does not believe that he is able to live a great fate. In addition, he does not consider himself smart enough to be called the sage. And if he chooses the path of the demons, it will become an enemy for many. In any case, it will only lead to death. The protagonist realized that he did not like such a completion, so he decided that it may not be necessary to choose any of these options. The piece began to feel excited. The system showed that he chose a hidden opportunity, not to choose anything. If he noticed this secret option, he will receive extraordinary abilities. His transfer to another world began, Mariamana Acha. Now Kusaka Kobe has received a blessing from spirits and gods. Ishi did not understand anything then. He told us to wait for Mariaman a little. After a while, he opened his eyes. Before him is the blue sky and green leaves of trees. He closed his face with his hand because the sunlight was too bright. Standing on the spot, the main character thought about what was happening and where he got. He looked around, touched the leaves, and was convinced. Everything looked too real to be sleeping. He noticed the birds flying in the sky ahead. The doubt became more and more in his soul, and he wondered if he was really another world. He shook his hands on his jacket pockets and began to remember where he put a smartphone, wallet, handkerchief, and napkins. There was nothing more in the pockets. What to do in this forest now? An information window appeared in front of him. It displays all its data: name, age, gender, race, level, and acquired skills. The main character was surprised to hear it. He asked what his status. Chacha suggested that many of this is related to mania. Now its numerical figure is 1,000. The bit thought that all this was too similar to the game, and it became even more interesting. The protagonist wondered how he helped him with full help. He decided to review all his skills. In order to quickly set full capacity skills, he was given the freedom to use his abilities. He agreed. The protagonist suddenly felt as if through his whole body an electric discharge had passed. He did not understand what was happening. The system has already reported that the installation was completed and thanked him for his patience. The bit feels as if something is pouring into his head. Now he wants to try to use his subject box. He touched the chosen target, which was the tree, and then determined the storage space. The tree, which he first used his power, began to disappear gradually. A magical seal appeared beneath it, and then everything disappeared without a trace. In front of him, an information window with a marked section of objects appeared. The list of things he could use now has a cypress tree. He thought it was very convenient. Then it's time to deal with the Hadi HA body. It seems that it can use the bodies of demons as food or to produce useful materials. He decided to disassemble the already built tree. As a result, he got 5 cypress logs. Now it is the turn of the skill of creation. He wondered if he really had such an exciting ability. With this, he could turn 1 cypress log into 5 cypress sticks. It was a real miracle. The protagonist decided that it was time to finally take advantage of his creation. He decided to get the things he received earlier. There was a cypress stick in his hand. The system immediately showed all the information about it. The bit first thought it was just a stick, but in fact, it turned out to be incredible. System notification signal. It reported that the skill of crafts rose to the second level due to the experience gained for adding new recipes. The protagonist realized that depending on what recipe he adds, he is charged with experience, and at the same time increased the rank. It turned out to be very convenient. Suddenly, he realized that he could switch the modes. It surprised him very much, and the window with information before him disappeared. The main character immediately realized everything. He notices everything that his head is capable of and understands that one must be very careful. At the same time, several information windows are opened in front of him. The piece has thought a little and decided to try to make an axe. A few minutes passed, and a new tool was already in his hands. He was very surprised and rejoiced when he learned that he had a recognition skill. Now he wanted to try the axe, because he had never held his weapons in his hands. So he decided to test his new skill, Ixtarite. Gathering all his force, he swung an axe and struck with force on a large stone nearby. The stone split into two parts as if it were made of paper. The protagonist was surprised that he could even crush him with a wooden axe. He still has many skills that need to be mastered. If possible, he would like to learn many new things here. He also tried to improve his creation as much as possible. A bright day prevailed outside, and the main character rubbed his forehead with his hand. After a while, he destroyed all the trees around him. Then he raised his skill to create to the 5th level. When creating objects, he understood 3 important things. First, when it adds new recipes, they have experience. Secondly, when the experience reaches a certain limit, it goes to a new rank. Third, if you create items for already added recipes, experience is no longer given. Having created 8 objects, he noticed that each of them had its own unique property. For example, a cypress chair was given the weakness skill. The protagonist began to think about how a regular chair could be so dangerous. The clip was satisfied and now wanted to find some housing before sunset because he did not want to spend the night in the open. He moved the forest further. After a while, he noted that he had passed a long distance, but never felt fatigue. Perhaps it is worth thank the transfer skill that has received the 99 rating. Thanks to the transmission skills, all his 5 feelings have become more acute. For example, he hears and sees better. It was at this point that he heard someone's cry. The protagonist immediately rushed to the sound and wondered who he was screaming, "You need to know faster." When you approached the source of noise, you saw a visa and a man who sat on the ground and tried to escape from the armored bear. The beast attacked him, waiting for a duel. This is a very dangerous bear, so it's best not to try to fight it. In addition, he cannot attack. The man, trembling with fear, tried to hit the beast with a small dagger. The bear has not noticed him yet, so if he wants to escape, now that moment. The slid thought, he does not want to die at all. But then he doubted. And is it right? He once dreamed of becoming a firefighter. He was very fascinated by the work of these brave people. He saw others saving people without showing fear even before danger, with a cold face. He also sought to become as they were. But what he is doing now is the opposite. The protagonist began to worry about this situation. If he does not escape immediately, this person will die. You need to do something. Although the Kusaka has refused to become a hero, he now has the necessary skills. He realized that it was time to rush to the help of a man. Grabbing the axe, he rushed to the bear with a loud cry. Kusaka moved forward, using his skills, and with one blow the compartment of the bear. The man was stunned, seeing the main character. Golovavedmedia vpala zovsim poruch із ним. Kusaka thought that he did not want to be a hero. He just sought to become someone who could help others. After that, he asked the man if everything was fine with him. The man put his hand to his chest and thanked the protagonist for his help. He introduced himself. His name is Chromium, and apparently he is a merchant. The main character called himself, but thought it was better to be honest with the merchant. He wanted him to show him where people live and did not want to seem strange. The slid took a cut of the bear's head without releasing the axes and said with a smile that As you can see, he was a carpenter. The man was naked and denied. Then he added that really doesn't look like a joiner. He then asked the protagonist if he made this wooden axe. After all, it is incredible to kill an armored bear with one blow. The man, noticing that Kusaka does not understand what was being discussed, he wondered if the main character really knows anything about it. The armored bear is a real unicum among the monsters. It is so strong that it can destroy the whole small village in one night. He has an extremely strong body covered with armor. Most blows do not even harm him. At that moment, the main character remembered how he hit the enemy with a regular wooden axe. He asked himself aloud if he really did something so incredible. The man confidently answered yes, and then added that the sun would soon go, so he should rush to return to the city. In the city, he had his own mansion, and if he wants, he could stay there with him. The protagonist wondered if all his things were in that conduct. Chromium replied that during the attack, mercenaries and horses fled. Unfortunately, he did not have to transport them. The bit understood that he could help him. He smiled to the man and offered to translate all the things to his subject box. The Chromium was surprised by such a proposal. The man said what he wanted to see and then asked if there were no problems. The protagonist smiled and replied that everything was fine. The bit touched the carriage of the man and activated his ability to store. In a moment, the drove disappeared. The man was surprised and addressed the main character by name. Chrome asked him where he came from. The protagonist replied that he is a regular carpenter. The man laughed at that and said that if it really is, it turns out that the world is ruled by carpenters. The goose began to actively wave his hands and tell how he lived in the mountains earlier and trained there. That is why that man understood him a little wrong. After a while, they went to Annan. Returning there, the protagonist gathered a lot of important information. There are two types of skills: talent and mind. These qualities are given to a person from birth and cannot be developed more. Everyone can only have 3 such skills. These people do not know this information, even an unfamiliar concept of levels. When they fight the monsters, they do not expect to become stronger or grow up in skill. The main character of ability is not at all like others. He wondered if he really had such power. And then one idea slept. He addressed the man and asked why, if a monster can happen here like an armored bear, he did not hire people to protect. The merchant replied that such situations are very rare. He said that he hired adventurers, but when they saw the bear in armor, they were scared and fled. The main character was upset. It seemed to him that these men had left the client for the same way. It was a very horrible story. The man said that he usually hired experienced adventurers with a good reputation, but this time they escaped. He decided to discuss this with the head of the guild later. The protagonist was surprised why the guild allows such irresponsible people to travel with others. It was at this point that the Chromium called him and reported that they had already arrived in the city. The Cusk was delighted. It seemed to him that he got to the city from another world. He wondered, do the elves or half-people live here? From this thought, he was filled with joy and excitement. At that moment, they noticed a group of people at the gate. Men lively told that there was an armed bear and that they had a desperate battle with him. One of the men said that the Chromium San was frightened, so he was killed by a bear in his armor. The dark-haired man only sighed and added that he would have had power. He could protect him. The protagonist scratched his chin and realized that the adventurers just fled, and now invent lies to escape. At that moment, one of the soldiers noticed Chromium, Sandro. He called him loudly by name. Seeing the man, the adventure seekers asked if he was really alive. The man confirmed that yes, and said that the main character saved him. The hero thought that this man may wanted to take him to the city. Kusaka realized that the right moment had come to open his intentions. He took the head of the bear and stated that he was working as a carpenter and overcame this armored beast. The whole crowd retreated from him. One of the soldiers said that it seems not a lie at all. The main character smiled quietly, pleased with himself. Then the same soldier turned to the adventurers and reminded them that they reported the death of the merchant. After that, he asked what they meant. The men were suddenly confused and could not answer immediately. Chrome told that they did not even go into battle with an armored bear. They just left him and escaped. The soldier said he understands. It doesn't look like a lie. He returned to adventure seekers and stated that they had left the person for a sure death. They may be imprisoned, so you will need to be interrogated. At the same moment, a black-haired man escaped from the hands of a soldier, rushed with his sword to the merchant, and exclaimed that all this happened because of him, that in all troubles he was guilty. The protagonist stood in front of her husband and put a chair to stop the traveler's attack. He told him that he did not interfere. At this point, Cusack knocked the sword out of the man's hands and then hit him with a chair. The adventurer fell on the floor, and the protagonist realized what this effect of weakness was. Men suddenly began to shout that it was quite good. According to the documents, it was rank B. It was also stated that the protagonist had the skills of owning a sword. The men immediately picked up the protagonist in his arms and was passionate about what he was cool. After a while, Chrome and Cusack were riding the city streets. The Kusaka mentioned how he was interrogated for a long time last night. It was quite clear because he was fighting with one of the adventurers yesterday. It took a long time, but he did. However, he is still not sure whether everything will be fine with Guild. One of the soldiers said that there have been many problems in the Guild recently. Now that he became his ally, he can live quietly in this city. The man thanked him and offered to relax today. They were already going to his mansion. Now the hero did not worry about where to spend the night. Suddenly, the merchant called him and said they were already in place. The protagonist was amazed. There was a huge estate in front of Kusaka. He immediately realized that the merchant was really very wealthy. When they entered the house, they were met by a whole crowd of servants. Chromie asked if he really did not want to go, and the main character, having scratched his back, asked if he could really enter. A little time passed, and a table with delicious dishes appeared in front of him. Then, he was given a room for guests that was no worse than a room at an expensive hotel. The protagonist lay on a comfortable sofa and thought, in fact, he does not want to return to his world at all. Even if he returns to Japan, there is only ordinary office work. To put it frankly, he does not regret it. He has never had love, and his parents have already died. It is much better to live here, but it is much more pleasant than before. You may need to travel the world, but first of all, tomorrow you need to find a place where you can spend the night. The next morning, the main character exclaimed loudly. He turned to the cut, asking Senning if he could really stay on his land all month. He replied to this that he simply thanks for his life. The man explained that it is not easy to live in the mountains. Then he wondered if he really did not want to relax in this city. He added that it is the property of his company, so the service here is always high. The custom was moved by these words. Chrome. San is not just a merchant. In fact, he runs a large company called Scarlet Company. Usually, he is a regular seller, so as not to create uncomfortable inconvenience when talking. But it seems that he wants to hand over the company's management to his son. The man said that the gods themselves brought them together. He asked to thank him before he went to peace, remembering Hanashrin Khan and Levin Buber. The protagonist replied that it was only his professional skills. He thought about himself that everything happened not because of his efforts. The prom turned to him and said he wanted to give him valuable advice from his older man. The ability to handle it well and the ability to do it skillfully, these are two completely different things that are very different. There are many people who cannot properly use their abilities. The main character himself used his talent and saved his life. He should be proud of it. Kisaka was very moving his words, so he thanked and promised not to forget it. And in response, the man advised, if he wants to see the world, it is better to join the Adventurers Guild. Prom assured that with his abilities, the protagonist will definitely receive a high rank. After registration, he will be issued a guild card. The main character understood everything and said that he would do, and he added that he had heard something like that. After a while, The protagonist decided to deal with materials and skills. The system asked him if he wanted to wear a new equipment, and he agreed. Immediately afterwards, the system made changes. The next day, Cusack appeared in the guild. When people saw him, suddenly silence reigned. Everyone began to whisper, asking if it was the bear in the armor. And another man decided that the Kusaka won the adventurers of the adventure at the gate. They asked what the Terrelier was doing here. He may have come for someone. But if it were so, the massacre would have begun. The protagonist in his thoughts told himself that he was just a beginner adventurer. When he approached the table, the man standing behind him first froze from surprise and then said that he was bad. Then another girl was put in his place. She smiled affectionately at the head hero and greeted him in the Guild of the Adventures of Onan. It was a secretary of Milia. She said Kusaki that he had a cool armor and asked if she could help. The protagonist said he wanted to become an adventure seeker and asked if you could register here. The girl, not yet believing in her ears, asked him for the second time whether he really wanted to register. She explained that she decided so because he looked well equipped, as if an experienced traveler from another country. The guy laughed at that and confessed that he was only a newcomer. Mulea reached out to him and said that he first had to be filled and then pass a practical test. The main character was surprised that the documents in this world were so similar to Japanese. He quickly finished writing and handing papers to the girl. She looked at them carefully and asked if he really jokes that she was beating badly. Kwasaka seriously replied that he really wanted to avoid fighting if possible. Melia replied that he agreed, but then he would have to take a practical test. After that, she asked if he wanted to go right now. After her words, the protagonist thought and then asked what he needed to do on a practical test. The girl said that the boy would have to do a sparring with a mentor, but this time, the exam will be conducted by the former adventurer of the rank A. He often boasts that he is stronger than the armored bear, so the test promises to be difficult. The protagonist looked around and wondered why other adventurers follow him. The crowd had already talked about the future test. Someone even offered to argue for money. He thought that it was definitely not entertainment for him. Melius said he did not have to win the instructor. In addition, he will lose nothing, but if it comes to him, then it seems that he will be the winner. The protagonist assured that he would not forget about his protection. After these words, he summoned a huge hammer, and in his gaze was determined. The Slid thought that he liked this cypress hammer. He weighed more than 100 pounds, but because of the influence of Cusack's strength, he did not feel his weight at all. The protagonist swung with a hammer and hit all his strength. From this, a powerful wave was formed in the air, which came down to the audience. People wondered how he was so just wiring with such a heavy hammer, a real bear fighter. The mentor may be less lucky today, and this day will be the last for him. After a while, a man came to the field. He put glasses on the table, walked forward and said that the protagonist, though not young, seems quite strong. However, he assured that there would always be someone who will be stronger. The Bit thought that the man looked like a former adventure seeker and probably had great power. However, he was sure he would not allow himself to lose. Millie said that once they were here, then you need to start. The protagonist wondered what they should start. Then the man smiled at him and said that they were waiting for a test, and then suggested to approach them closer. The Slid closed his eyes and said quietly that he understood everything. Suddenly, he rushed to the man and stated that he was accepting his proposal. The protagonist swung with a hammer, but the former adventurer managed to evade. The guy did not stop and waved his hammer further, knocking down various objects, but the man had time to turn away. The Bit thought out how to evade strong blows, spending a minimum of effort. That's what a true level of skill means. If it goes on, he will not even touch the opponent. The Slid tried to attack again, but this time he failed to get a man. The former adventurer noted that his blows were powerful, but they still remained gaps. It was difficult to get around the heavy hammer. At this point, the protagonist decided to change his tactics. It was very surprised by the man. The Slid struck such a strong blow that the opponent's sword broke in half. Everyone who watched it was frozen. Some of the sword flew away. The main character continued to hold a huge hammer in his hands. At this point, Melia ran to them and said that it was already enough. She raised Kusaki's hand and announced that he was the winner of this match. There was simply no words in the crowd. They began to discuss how he won the instructor. It was really cool. In addition, this man was known for defeating the bear, so their battle turned out to be incredible. The instructor approached him and said that this time he was not lucky to win, and then praised the protagonist for a great fight. He thanked it and asked if he was offended. The instructor replied that no, he was not offended. The man explained that this is a special way of using the ability, a chest with objects. The world is really huge, and he thanked Kusaki for showing him. After that, he reached out, and the cliff shook her. The teacher greeted him on the successful passing of the exam and expressed great hopes for his future. After a while, Melia stretched him a card, explaining that it was his guild pass. This certificate listed all the basic information about the main character. Melia said she could not even imagine that he could defeat the instructor. She acknowledged that he was really incredibly strong. The protagonist tried to justify himself, but he simply agreed with her. In his thoughts, he noted that his successes were only through his own skills, but understood that he thought so offensively for the mentor. The girl asked him to familiarize himself with the rules of the guild that were in the document. If he has time, she could explain everything in detail. She believed that it would be easier for him to understand these rules. She said that all adventure seekers were divided into 7 major ranks. Guild increases its rank through the task and experience they have gained. Milius pointed to 3 things that can never be done. There is a strict punishment for such actions, so it is better to avoid them. He agreed with that. In addition, he will receive a reward for tasks. First of all, what he wanted was to receive rank B. Then he would be paid compensation for injuries, and after his service he would still receive a pension. She asked if he realized why he needed to reach this rank. He told everything he understood, and then thanked for hearing him. Kusaka thought that if you look into the future, then getting rank B is not that losing. However, he has now decided to focus only on raising his rank. Millie asked him why he did not take the task of finding and collecting 50 herbs. She is very advised to take this task. The protagonist thought it was fast. He again asked about these herbs, and the girl explained that they were often used in medicine. The customer is a healer. It is often addressed with such requests because this herb grows where the monsters are found. For one such plant is paid 400 commissions. The protagonist thought he could get 20,000 kalma. It was a pretty good job. Amelia noted that there is high demand for medicines now, but there is some risk in this case. She also asked to listen carefully. It is desirable that in his first task, the beginner would be accompanied by an experienced adventurer with a high rating. If she wants, he can negotiate with other adventurers. It's free. Kusaka asked if she really was going to ask someone, and is it so easy? The girl confidently replied that he should trust her ability to negotiate, because so far her success is 100%. The protagonist thought that I was glad to become an adventure seeker without any difficulty. He decided that when he meets Chroma-san again, he would surely thank him. He helped him join the guild and gave 80,000 commissions, saying that he believes he would surely become a well-known and strong adventure seeker. The protagonist thought that if he was an opportunity, he would buy goods only in his company. At that moment, Malia turned to him and apologized for being delayed. The Slid turned to her and blushed. He saw a bright, like sunset, red hair, the eyes of shining rubies like precious stones, and dragon horns. Before him was a beautiful girl. She said she heard about the killer of the bear and was very glad to get acquainted with him. The girl also introduced, you can call her Iris. The Slide bowed to the girls and named his name. He also thanked them that they came. Gamati, which always has a lot of things, belongs to the man burst, and Achi listened to their instructions with care. Iris was surprised by the actions of the brand. The protagonist thought that he did so. Kerbler Keydate came out as usual. Then he heard a laughter. The girl reassured him. They say, "There is nothing to be afraid. They are both adventures, so he can communicate with her as usual." Pusaki nodded that he had understood everything and asked him to fix him if he was wrong. Melia said he was very talented, but lived in the mountains before and knew almost nothing about their world. She also noted that Iris had a misunderstanding with other people, so she offered her a company. Iris lowered her gaze and said with a slight sadness in her voice that she understood why the choice fell on her. After a while, the main character, along with the girl, went to perform the task. The girl asked him where they should start. The guy replied that first of all, they needed to gather information. He thought of himself that when he playing games, he always buys donuts, clothes, and collect information first, and aloud confessed that he knew nothing about the grass of Nahel. He also added that he would like to get a map of the terrain and find out what monsters live nearby. The girl agreed with his idea. She also said that if he was well prepared, then the result would be worthy, and called it a staring star. The protagonist replied that she overestimates him. Iris said that everything that was interested in is in the brochure that Melia gave him. He replied that he would look at her now. The protagonist initially thought that the first part concerned guild data, but the second was much more detailed. It even described what materials can be found nearby. He said aloud that it was like a guide. Iris explained that he was written by Amelia, who had previously worked in the headquarters of the royal capital, and now she was invited to restore the work of the guild branch. Melia should improve the current control at the guild, and it is good. It may over time be responsible for fulfilling important orders at the guild main office. The protagonist wondered what he understands why people consider him talented. Iris asked if he wanted to know something else, and he answered in the affirmative. Ist was a place where they sold a variety of things for adventures, all but weapons and armor. After a while, they got the right store. He asked the seller for a rope, a lantern, another lantern, a halak hal, a water flask, and a drawing. He also said he would make all things in a box with other items. Iris wondered if he had enough space. In response, the bit assured that his box is bottomless. The girl was very surprised. The protagonist realized that the ordinary chest contains very little. The girl noted that almost no one uses this skill. She said that some subjects cope with her tasks even better than her. For example, she always wears her spear in this bag. All experienced adventurers have similar things, but his box is generally incredible. The protagonist thought that he actually has even more unique advantages other than this box. When he finally prepared for everything, he wondered if he could complete this task. After a while, they reached the Kilo forest. The main character looked around, looking for a nail grass. Suddenly, he noticed the right object. Kusaka asked Iris to ask how to take this thing. The girl replied that when he gets the plant, you need to be careful and not damage the roots, because it is very important. She also warned that it should not be drawn, otherwise you can break the stem with leaves. Then the protagonist thought it was necessary to dig it, but suddenly another idea slept. He realized that he could pull it differently. Iris, watching the main character, asked if everything was fine with him. However, he did not answer, but simply painted a magical seal under the plant. The girl closed one eye and noticed that Cusack had already pulled the grass with the root. She immediately turned to him by name and asked what he had just done. The guy smiled and replied that he just took the box and put her grass. Now it is much easier to collect grass. Iris and could not imagine that this skill could be used so. But the protagonist did not listen to her anymore. Another plant attracted his attention. This herb was different from the previous one. He asked her what the plant was and why there were stains on her leaves. The girl replied that this herb is called naulana. At first glance, it seems that this is the herb naves, but in fact, it is two different species that can be distinguished by red spots. Iris explained that this task is considered difficult. These plants grow far apart. It is often the case that it seems as if he found the right grass, nails, but in fact it turns out to be neolana. To accomplish this task, they need to stay in this forest until the evening, showing patience. The protagonist thought he decided that it seems time to take advantage of his skill. He opened his eyes and used the master's special skill. Immediately in front of him, among other plants, they shone the grass they needed. It stood brightly with its light. The eyes of the god artist. This skill allows you to find everything you need. Thanks to it, this task is much easier. He only spent an hour to complete the task. During this time, he managed to collect 50 healing herbs. After that, all the collected herbs immediately got to his bag with items. The protagonist said they need to return to the city now. Ira was surprised that everything happened so quickly. He replied that this was made possible by his skill. The girl wondered if he completed the task, and maybe she wanted to ask her. The guy answered if he could ask her a personal question. He asked her who were the half-locations. She replied that once the dragons were the most powerful creatures that ruled the world. And the half-draken are the descendants of the same ancient dragons. Their lives last much longer than human, and they also have much stronger bodies. The protagonist confessed to envying them. The girl suddenly froze and looked at him with surprise. She apologized to him and confessed that she was hearing such words for the first time. Then he asked if he really said something unusual, and she replied that they were usually afraid of them. The protagonist scratched his back and apologized for his words. The girl returned sharply and said that he did not worry about it. Then Iris confessed that the words of envy were very pleased, and from that she was slightly blushed and slightly discouraged. After a while, they returned to the guild. Nelia asked if they really completed the collection task. The piece replied that they had exactly 50 healing herbs. The girl said she would now list everything and check. After 5 minutes, she said that the grass was really full here, and all that is fresh, the roots and leaves of the whole, nothing was damaged. She wondered how they managed to do so. The protagonist told Melia how he uses his ability to box. She suggests that she does not notice the task, and it seems that she has to write reports and make completed quests. She said that he would only receive 20,000 commissions. If their collection is approved, they can receive another award. I noted that such behavior was waiting for a real star, but he just smiled and said it was a simple coincidence. He thanked the girl named Mary Boosbab and so passed his first test. Now he came to the temporary dwelling, which was given to him in the second. He was ready to start a new life in Shogotsuga. A huge mansion stood in front of him. This place seems to be not suitable for a regular adventure. He went inside to Lello, and then the main character was already in the suit. He said he could go in this outfit now. He was very surprised. The guy wondered if this room was indeed for him, because she was much larger than his whole house in Japan. He would have dinner with pleasure, but the prices in this place are too high. Therefore, he decided to read something in the guide. Opened a culinary guide. The culinary guide was advised to visit the Golden Bear restaurant. There was especially praised by fried chicken, which appealed to many visitors. He enjoyed a wonderful dinner that cost him 7,500 kalma. He was offered wine, but it was not very convenient. So the hero decided that the next day he would rest for the full. Наступного дня він вирушив у гори Фатос. Today, his task was to weaken single wolves. As you can see from the very name, these wolves attack themselves. Melia said that the main award is 20,000 combs. Each wolf will also give another 5,000. The main character decided that this is a very profitable job. As expected, he did not find any of the necessary throughout the hour. Instead, there were 3 types of materials in its path: neo grass, a lilium plant, and a moist fungus. Thanks to the ability to create things, it could prepare healing potions and antidote. He needed dishes to pour these liquids, so he was asked to add potions to the water bags. He agreed to it. After a while, it created a healing potion. It completely restores health and gives a feeling of cheerfulness. This potion is very similar to the elixir. He tried to taste and felt that it was reminiscent of mint. This immediately caused an association with a company that sold a sleeping pill. He has now decided to move to the preparation of the next potion. Detoxification potion. It immediately removes all the poison from the body. She was sent with her mouth. He also decided to try to taste and hoped that the assessment was not cheated. After a moment, he felt unexpected pleasure. It reminded him of gorgeous grape juice. Suddenly, a single wolf appeared behind him. He turned sharply to look at him. The wolf began to grow loudly. The wolf began to approach closer, low. The protagonist realized that he finally waited for this lonely wolf. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, and he said it was time to start. The slid took out a sword from the bag. At this point, the wolf rushed at him. The protagonist quickly took advantage of the skill of agility, which helped to avoid the attack. Then he hit the wolf with a sword. Kusaka believed that his sword was very sharp. But now it is not time to wonder. You need to collect the body of the monster. If it brings a wolf skin, it may receive a greater reward. The protagonist thought that there were 4 more opponents left, and as soon as he copes with them, he would complete the task. In appearance, the wolf did not seem particularly strong. He turned and noticed behind himself a whole flock of wolves. He was surprised. The same wolves had to stay together. But they all looked together and decided to attack him. The main character immediately rushed to cut enemies with his weapon. He quickly reached the 9th level and still gained a new skill, automatic collection. He immediately decided to take advantage of automatic collection. Due to this, he could collect the bodies of monsters automatically, which was very convenient. With one blow, Kai was able to defeat several wolves. However, it was early to rejoice because even more predators appeared behind him. This greatly upset Kai. The protagonist thought about what really happens here. Is he only delicious prey for them? How many are they hiding nearby? In his box, he found 2,031 wolves, 2 potions, and 2 potions from poison. The hero wondered why single wolves were attacking themselves. It was not a common situation. He decided that he would definitely tell everything when he returned to the guild. As he walked in the woods, he suddenly heard another growl. A lonely wolf stood in front of him. She is used to living alone, only during a special period finds a couple, and leaves the female when she is waiting for offspring. The main character was shocked. He thought the wolves were constantly running away. But it was difficult for him to say that he was not guilty of what had happened. However, he still does not want to become their prey, so he directs his weapon for this wolf. It reached the 16th level, and his health, mana, and physical performance have become even better. Today he has already increased his level several times. The higher his level, the better his skills. So now he needs to continue to grow and increase his level. After a while, he reached the pond. Stopping, the guy thought that it may be worth a little rest. On the shore of the reservoir, he noticed 2 tired people, a boy and a girl. The protagonist felt that he was not alone. He carefully addressed others, asking if everything was fine and did not happen. At first, everyone was very scared. Then the guy asked if he was a bears hunter. He introduced this with a piece and added that he has an E rank. He was advised to descend from the mountain as soon as possible. The main character asked if the bear really attacked them. The guy replied that this monster was very similar to a giant spider. It is also huge, and it moves very quickly. In his opinion, it is a black spider. The girl said that a black spider is a terrible monster. They say he lives deep in the heart of the mountain. But today, this creature appeared here. The bit realized that they were tasked with collecting items, but they were not lucky. A black spider appeared on the way. For beginners, this is a dangerous opponent who is very difficult to overcome. The girl told that they met when both were adventure seekers. It seems to be half a dragon. If I'm not mistaken, she was called Iris. The boys continued to say that a black spider is a monster that is even stronger than the highest rank. It is much more scary than an armored bear. They remained in debt to Iris. The protagonist mentioned Iris's words that the semi-drakens are much stronger than people, but now he was only interested in one thing, whether she remained alive. Pusak asked if they remembered where the black spider was, and then asked to talk about her. The guy showed his finger to the other way and added that they needed to go there. The protagonist confidently stated that he would definitely find Iris, so it is better for them to just go back. The guy was worried and said it was too dangerous, but the main character assured him that he was not going to fight himself. The girl said she understood their intention to seek help from the guild. She asked to take care of Iris instead. The guy still tried to give him up from this idea, but the girl replied that she was hearing the voices of the spirits, and they say that the main character should be released. He was surprised by her words. He has already heard about them in anime and games, but never wondered what these things mean in this world. The girl explained that spirits are invisible creatures that can affect various natural phenomena. She has a special gift to communicate with them, and from time to time the spirits themselves are in touch. The guy said that spiritual guidelines have helped them many times before and now. However, if the clip decides to act in its own way, he will not be able to stop it. He just asked not to overdo it. The girl asked him to be careful, and then noted that he had the blessing of spirits and gods. At this point, the protagonist mentioned Iris, who is waiting for him. The piece immediately rushed to where the guy pointed out. He decided to run using the armored bear skill and also activated the hearing. You thought he was hopeful. It's not too late, she is alive. He had to believe it. Kusaka considered himself a calm person, but it seems that he did not even fully understand himself, because now his heart is shaking. At the same time, he heard some noise. Suddenly stopping, the guy looked around, trying to find where the sound came from. Without hesitation, he decided to go and check what had happened. The piece made his way through the dense thickets of the forest until he came out to the open fire. It was there that he noticed traces of great struggle. Kusaka decided that he had recently raged a black spider. When he came there, he saw Iris. She lay on the ground unconscious. The bit with relief thought that, thank God, she was alive. Then she was interested in where the spider Pavbak went. She left her sacrifice, apparently to catch someone else. Maybe it's all a trap. It was at that moment that a huge spider emerged from the ground. The protagonist, looking at him, immediately thought that it was the same monster, a black spider. He remembered how a spider is skillfully moving, that he is almost unaffected by magic, and in his fangs are hidden poison. To prepare, he used the bait that Iris created specifically for such creatures, and explored everything that you can expect from this monster. But he did not expect that the monster would suddenly rush on him. But at the last moment he still managed to escape. The spider did not stop attacking him. The protagonist did everything possible to evade every attack, cleverly avoiding his techniques and maneuvers. The piece hit him several times with his sword, but when he looked, he realized that the enemy was only a slight scratch. It was not possible to apply a deadly blow. The protagonist looked at the girl and realized that he should save her. He must destroy the monster until it is too late. While the main character thought, the spider suddenly attacked him, shouting loudly. It caught the hero by surprise, and he did not have time to dodge the attack. From this blow, he rejected him far, and with him he knocked down a whole tree. He thought that only because of the special properties of his armor remained alive. During the flight, he accidentally dropped his sword. He immediately realized that he should make a new one as soon as possible. But the slid did not even have time to do anything, because the spider suddenly rushed at him and released his spider web. That pressure was very strong. The protagonist thought he had been caught and it was bad. Now he cannot use anything and cannot be released. The piece realized that if he bites him, he would die. He decided to focus and think of how to get out of this situation. Suddenly, an interesting idea slept. He thought he would be able to get out if he put the tree in the boxes then. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed. The spider could not understand where the main character disappeared with the tree. At that moment, Kusaka was at a distance from the monster. While he was flying, he managed to escape from the web. He remembered that he could carry everything he had touched, so he moved the tree with a thread. The piece was able to turn his sword and now only knew how to overcome the spider. Suddenly, he noticed Iris' spear. He took both weapons in his hands. He thought that the girl should support him with her strength. At this point, he rushed to the monster. The piece hit him with his sword several times. Then he thought that it was much easier to manage the spear. After all, the sword is not the only weapon he had. He cleared the spear and decided to attack the monster. He plunged the weapon directly into the body of the spider, which immediately shouted loudly, and from the wound flowed blood. The protagonist caused a spider a few strong blows, each of which led to profuse bleeding. After that, he rolled out of the spider's body directly to the ground. He remembered how a few minutes ago he did not even have a chance to defeat him and could not show the true strength of his abilities. The monster turned to him and then suddenly began to flee. But the main character did not allow him to do it. He immediately rushed to the head, plunged the spear iris directly into his head, then he quickly jumped and swung on him with a sword. The main character cut his body in half. The spider flew into two parts. The slid rose, looked at the corpse of the monster, and sighed heavily. The system reported that it reached level 24. His health, mana, and physical performance increased. All the conditions were fulfilled, and he received a new skill, an automatic map. The protagonist unfolded the map and thought that having a map from another world was cool. But then he realized that it is not so important now, because first we need to help the girl. He quickly ran to her. She was still breathing, though very weak. She had to help her immediately. The slit took the potion and cautiously began to water it with her wounds, hoping that it would help. A little time passed and the potion began to work. The protagonist froze, without his eyes, and sincerely prayed to succeed. The wounds on the girl's body began to tighten. All scratches and redness slowly disappeared. She turned out and opened her eyes. The Ares saw him and happily rang in her name. The main character in response also had fun to her. The girl hastily warned that he was better fleeing because a black spider appeared here, but the guy reassured her, they say, "You should not worry." The bit thought that even in such a serious condition, she was still worried about others. She was really a very kind person. Then he loudly asked how she was feeling. Iris said that at a moment when she decided to die, her legs seemed to be stone. She could no longer move them. The protagonist immediately realized that it was the poison of a black spider. He took out a bottle of potion and stretched out to her, asking him to drink. Without spending time, he began to carefully pour it into her mouth. In a moment, her eyes opened even wider. The protagonist asked the girl how she feels, or can he already speak? She was surprised to reply that it was just incredible. Did the poison really disappear? Iris thanked him for helping her and saving her. She said that she was very giving to him. Then the clip wondered if she would be busy later. The girl said she could take a little time for him. Then he asked if they could have lunch together. She winked him and wondered if he really invited her on a date. Iris got up and said it was only a joke. She wanted to cheer everyone up, but nothing happened. She suggested returning to the city, but suddenly she was shaken, and she began to fall. The girl said again that she was not good and apologized to him. At the same time, her cheeks got up with blush. The protagonist immediately raised her and put him on his back. They went the forest together. Iris said he was able to defeat a black spider and even an armored bear, and he did it all himself. She wondered if he was scared. The bit thought and replied that he was only busy to protect her. He didn't even think about another. The girl said she understood everything, but she became very awkward. He asked if everything was fine. She replied that everything was well with her. I just wanted to thank him. After a while, they reached the guild building. He went inside, still holding Iris on his back. The guys, whom he met earlier, came to him. They wondered if he managed to defeat a black spider and then reported that everything was fine with them, which became a relief for him. Мілія усміхнулася йому та похвалила за добре виконане завдання. She asked him if he wanted to dinner or take a bath. He replied to this that he first wanted to finish the task. After a while, they were in the office, in the adventure reception room. Melia said she would like to listen to the task report, but before that, she will allow him to learn one of his secrets. She showed him a certificate of a member of the guild. The protagonist looked at him and wondered if there was something wrong here. The Kusaka noticed that she was an assistant to the head of the guild. The girl, in response with a smile, said that now the head went on a business trip. The protagonist was surprised that she was such a high position. He asked why she was still working as a registrar, and the woman explained that she was lacking, so she had to help. The bit did not even imagine that she would have such a high position. It was a complete surprise for him. Melia said that all this is good, but it is better to go to the substance. She wanted to share her recent news. She bowed to him and thanked him sincerely for winning a black spider. If not for him, many people could die because of this offender. The girl smiled warmly and thanked him on behalf of the entire guild. The main character was surprised to hear. Miles said they should continue the conversation without unnecessary formalities. She asked to tell everything about his adventure. Then Kusaka said he understood now. It was a long story. He told everything that happened to him after he left guild. He also told how he met a flock of lonely wolves. Melia added that they should stay separately. She promised to report it to the guild. She was surprised when she decided to test his story for truth. Looking into his system window, the girl saw that he won 2031 wolf on his own. The girl covered her mouth with her palm and asked who he really was, if he was really a messenger of God. He tried to explain to her who he was. The hero thought that the conversation went well because these two also reported the guild of the Black Spider. Melia asked him what he used against a black spider. She explained that there is no medication against this poison. He explained to her that he had prepared a special potion and handed it to the guild so that they could make it in large quantities. It looks like a meeting with a management to raise his rank tomorrow. Mealy said that he defeated the black spider and the armored bear. His merit should be marked. In addition, Kusaka will receive a reward if he wins the monsters of the highest rank. For example, in a black spider, it can receive about 5 million commissions. The protagonist struck herd, and he asked in surprise if it was not too much. The girl replied that a whole team of adventurers is usually gathered for hunting a black spider, and then the reward is divided equally between everyone. If you remember when they were approaching the city, they were met by a group of adventurers. Seeing them, they exclaimed what to thank God. Everything was fine. The protagonist was worried about what happened to Iris, because she sacrificed herself to save another person. Amelia smiled and assured him that she would definitely receive a good reward for such actions. Guild always appreciates such actions. She is now reporting a task. At this time, the main character went down. On the way, he met the instructor he had previously fought. The man noted that they have not seen themselves for a long time. Gaze, according to San, heard about him for a long time, because he was able to defeat the black spider on his own. Such talent happens very rarely. However, Kusaka believes that he is overestimated. The man asked if the guy was free now. He replied that yes, he had free time, but was going to go to the tavern to dine with his friends. San was glad and said it was wonderful. After a while, they reached the tavern. The man shouted loudly that it was time to get acquainted with the main star of this evening. The restaurant had many people. Everyone began to shout what they were waiting for him. They did not know what to call it better, a bear or a murderer of spiders. The main character blushed and smiled gently. In his thoughts, he felt that this city had accepted him, and he had already become part of the local community. When the clock showed the 11th in the evening, the main character looked around. Він помітив, що Iris вже прийшла до таверни. Then he asked her whether she had woke up. Everyone in the tavern also returned to look at her. The protagonist wondered whether everyone really avoids the half-sections. He began to think if he could change something. The goose ran to the guy with whom he met and called him to get up. He reported that Iris had come, after which he wondered whether she saved him from a black spider. He confirmed these words. The guy immediately called Iris, and together with the girl they bowed, sincerely thanking for today. The girl was very surprised by their words. The protagonist also joined thanks and thanked her for that day. He stretched her glass with a drink. After that, the guy turned to each of the attendees. Pusak said that today he is not the only hero. Iris was opposed to a black spider alone so that the two could escape. The main character smiled, lifted a glass and offered to drink for her courage. The girl near him froze with surprise. All in the restaurant raised glasses in her honor and declared that they would drink with her. The bit thought, hoped that at least someone would accept her. The protagonist is a little used to life here, and although there were sometimes small misunderstandings, he received his first promotion over time. It was instantly increased from F rang to D rang. The girl happily announced that it was the fastest increase in history. In order to get a rank C, he needs not only to fight the monsters and collect materials, but also to perform the tasks of the city. Among them are to actively help residents, but trade is not taken into account. Today's task is to be Kikamede's assistant. The man said that he only needed to perform his duties well. The bit thought about the apron. He never wore it before. The main character took the knife. It was an apron with a drawing of a lone wolf, which gave it the appearance of a real cook, with clean hands and washed clothes. There were two more. Okami, who became terrible when she was angry, and Saken was a desperate girl who dreamed of becoming a daughter-in-law. He suddenly remembered that he had never prepared his own food in Japan. Due to its dexterity and the skill of the chef, it quickly cut all the ingredients. He can prepare any dish. So he prepared 2 sandwiches for lunch. The man noted that the guy is really very skilled. For this task, he will receive an additional award. The man said that you need to pay good work for good work. The protagonist suddenly cried, and the man decided that he was probably injured by something acute. His second task was to help with the construction of the city wall. The work there is already boiling. Due to the growth of the population and the poor condition of the wall, it had to be demolished and re-erect. This is the 5th time after today when they personally asked him to help. A man in a helmet with a hammer in his hand said that today he relied on him. The main character had the task of cleaning the garbage. He used his box and sent all the garbage there. After that, he went to the eastern part of the city, to Kama Jain, Matachin Lilaman Sopiat, Coquette. When he came there, Kama began to teach again, and when ROA arrived there, a large pile of brick lay in front of him. He also helped men wear bricks. In gratitude, they offered him to drink with them, but he politely refused, explaining that he just passed by and had an important task. So he finished all the tasks for today and went to the guild to submit a report. The reward for the execution was fully credited to his account. Melia said goodbye to him. Iris was waiting for him at the exit. She praised him for his well-done work and wondered if he had already done everything. She answered consent and then asked how she had. But she said that she also finished everything and offered to dine together if he did not mind. He said he doesn't really want to eat meat today. She, in response, remembered that he knew one good place. Almost every day she invites him there. In the restaurant, the main character said that he liked everything very much, and he has no comments. The girl was glad that he liked everything, and then wondered why he decided to move to the city. The slid said it just turned out. Then he wondered why she moved here. He added that if it is difficult for her to talk about it, then you cannot tell. Iris said that a large underground city is hidden under their city. She came here to find the ruins of this ancient civilization. Ancient civilization has eventually disappeared, but left behind traces throughout the continent. Recent studies have shown that there is a huge underground city near Anna. The protagonist said he understands what she is looking for. The girl replied that it was for this reason that she moved. When it comes to an advanced ancient civilization, it is a completely different world. The ruins accurately hidden some ancient powerful weapons. Iris said that she had several tips on this civilization, but still could not find out where she was. The slid reacted that it was really interesting. The protagonist said that he had a map of the terrain and suggested that it consider it together. The girl agreed. Kusaka asked the system to show him the location of this underground city. But I thought, if it was so simple, everyone would have known about this place for a long time. However, the point where the city is located, appeared on the map. Головний герой сказав, що місто знаходиться у лісі Кело, але він не був упевнений, чи можна йому довіряти. He asked the girl what she was thinking about. She replied that she was surprised because they were able to find this city at all. After a while, they decided to check it. Looking at the map, they walked through the forest to the right place. When they got the point, a wasteland and a dead end opened in front of them. The protagonist decided to try to break the stone. To do this, he wore a black glove with a spider and thought that he would not need anything more. Iris came to the big stone and thought, suddenly there is a secret course? She suggested a little look around. The protagonist easily knocked on a stone and said that there was something here. He tried to shift the cliffs from the place, but even having made efforts, he did not work. But he applied a few more skills, and then he finally managed to move the object from the place. They found the door behind him. They thought that it was here that the entrance to the underground city is here. Pusak touched this hand and felt warm. The girl suggested that it may be a trace. He thought it was reminiscent of materials from fantastic games. I have already said that this thing is quite rare. It provides the best protection against physical and magical attacks in its category. They assumed that it should be an entrance, but there were no handles on the door, and they did not understand how to get there. The main character read the inscription on the door, after which his status was updated. He was greeted in an underground city and reported that he now had a new task. It was at this point that he heard that there was someone behind. It turned out that it is an orichalcum ghoul, an ancient combat vehicle in the form of a person. It is protected by a special metal armor, and in the eye is hidden fast, firing laser gun. The protagonist said he did not want to have anything with him. At this point, the ghoul reported that the goal was confirmed, and it began to destroy it. Iris shouted to the Cusacks to run away as far as possible, and she would remain a bait here. This pillar is the threat of ES rank, which is one rank higher than a black spider. She already had a clash with him, and both of them have no chance against him. The protagonist replied that he was not sure of this, because they did not know anything until they try. Only then will they decide whether to run or not. The protagonist said he would not be able to live quietly with the thought if he leaves someone for his own survival. At that moment, Ghoul suddenly attacked. The slide thought about it. So here's what this magical laser attack is. He does not want to imagine what could happen to him if he did not evade. The Ghoul produces a magic beam, so it uses magic. The protagonist immediately addresses Iris to the question of how they managed to defeat him last time. The girl reported that they were kissing him straight into his eyes. Only this place is not protected by orichalcum metal. The protagonist said that if they are able to get closer, he may be able to win him. Iris noted that the laser would cut it, so it would not work closer. The bit said he would become a shield and reflect all the blows, so he expected that it would be able to stop it. Iris said that if they defeat it, it would mean that he has 19 ranks, 19 adventurers. The Cusk, along with Eris, moved forward, heading to a common enemy. He immediately noticed them, and without hesitation, attacked a laser. It was then that the Cliff put his hand in a glove, ready to defend himself. Black Spider Pearl is endowed with the ability to absorb magic. Thanks to her, the sorcery laser will not harm. The glove will simply absorb all its strength. The protagonist closed Iris when he attacked them with a goal, but he could not get to them. Then the Slid shouted to the girl to start acting. Iris listened carefully, and then flew rapidly from behind the back of the protagonist and rolled her spear directly into the enemy's eye. He tried to hit the girl in response, but the Cusack strongly stated that he would not allow it. The protagonist not just absorbed magical power. He used the skill of the black web and turned the absorbed magic into a thread. At that moment, Iris again hit the enemy with the enemy just in the face, and he instantly lost control of himself. He collapsed to the ground. The enemy disappeared, and the girl said he had switched off and they won him. The protagonist reached 38 levels. The victory over Golem was confirmed. Fundamental rights to the underground city have passed to it. The Kusaka wondered if he really became the owner of this city. He wondered if they could open the door now. The girl thanked him for protecting her, because it was thanks to him that she remained alive. The protagonist thanked her because he would not cope. Iris replied that she would not have been able to do it all. The girl smiled soap and said they were getting along well. They may come out of a wonderful team. The doors checked their magical signs and greeted the guest. After that, the gates opened, and they decided to move to the underground city. They appeared in front of them with the protagonist. The video showed that he was able to automatically collect things and has special boxes for storing items. Hearing this, Iris suggested that he may be a transmitter. She even mentioned one old legend, a strange creature who flew from afar and has extraordinary abilities. The bit said it was quite logical. He confessed that it was true, but asked Iris not to tell anyone. Iris replied that she understands the mystery, although she is very interesting to know where he comes from. The bit wondered if she would have believed if he told that he had come to them from another world. He just said aloud that this place is the farthest of all that can be imagined. Iris asked for apology and suggested, just forget everything. He replied that everything was fine with him. It is just difficult for him to talk. The girl confessed that she was feeling the same. The bit has apologized for all his secrets, but Iris replied that she had nothing against it. She also said she could trust him. In any case, he advised her to look forward, because it seemed that this long tunnel was already coming to the end. The protagonist and Iris exchanged his eyes and smiles, after which they rushed to run to the light. The girl asked him if they were in an underground city, and he nodded in agreement. The green field under the blue sky stretched before them. They still did not believe it was an underground city. Suddenly, something in the grass squeezed. The piece immediately grabbed his sword. The mucus crawled from the grass and spoke to the main character. He said he was wrong. He was not really an evil monster. Moreover, it is not a monster at all. It was an auxiliary mucus. Its main task is to take care of different monsters. It seems to work here as part of the staff. The protagonist and Iris agreed that he did not seem an enemy. Slim confessed that they frightened him, and that is why he decided to get acquainted with them. After a while, a group of the same mucus appeared before them. They said that they were created for the sake of their master and have been waiting for him for a long time. The main character was surprised to hear. At that moment, Iris came to him and began to touch him. He said he was tight. Kusaka asked her what she was doing. She apologized and shyly closed her face. Then he wondered if she really likes cute things. The Mukushans asked the protagonist whether he wanted to know more about the underground city, and he gladly agreed. This place was created underground as a storage, in case of danger. Soon they will be able to build a whole city. At this point, the protagonist used all the support he had. Upon completion of the status of his ability to create significantly, he has received 2 new features to create skills if he is in a subordinate city. So he decided that he would build something new. He created a magical ball in his hands and then threw it away. A 2-story building appeared in the place in the moment. All were shocked. His first new ability is that it can transform excess magical energy into building materials. It can create 5 different types of materials. The second new feature is that the device can erect different structures of building materials. If you adjust the photosphere correctly, it can even build a house. The protagonist thought it could be interesting, almost like games where houses need to be built. At that moment, the Slim came to life and turned to him excitedly. They asked themselves whether they should be engaged in the construction of the city. They were very worried, and they were very nervous. The mucous membranes were asked if he was able to manage the construction. They said that if he has such an ability, he should order to start work, but Kusaka replied that he had no such skill. The skill of creating orders is opened only when you become a hero, the owner of the demons, or the sage. But the functions of creating are only available when you already have this skill. Judging by the full clue, this situation is special. After that, the Slim asked if he had no accidental ability to create. Such force can only be elected. They began to shout what a wonderful master they had, and that thanks to him, their city would become wonderful. Everyone believed that this place would turn into something incredible. Iris confessed that for the first time she heard about the skill of creation. She joked that with such ability, all the carpenters would become his enemies. Nakasak replied that the possibilities of this skills are not limited to the construction of houses. He knows how to create everything: weapons, asalons, armor, potions, mahalra from dishes to furniture, and vorwell anything that pleases. The girl realized that she was wrong. He can tune in against himself all the masters. Slime said that the underground city is far from completed. Therefore, he is glad that he will be able to finish this big city. He is convinced that the underground city will be useful in the future. He replied that he understood this, but he would have to wait a little. The remains of ancient civilization became a great archaeological discovery. Iris suggested that he report it to Guild. Kusaka decided to think about what to report and who to consult, so they returned to their city for a while. I repeated the words that she wanted to pick up one of the mucus. Subsequently, they reached the Guild and decided to talk to Amelia. Another girl said that she urgently had to go to the meeting, so she suggested or transmit information to another, or could handle herself. The bit replied that it was not necessary, because he wanted to make a message. The girl said they could start a report. The main character said that they found the underground city of ancient civilization. At first, the girl did not respond, and then suddenly exclaimed with surprise. Iris said that Anin is a very famous underground city. Even now, its ruins remain partially active. The girl advised them to wait patiently. She will go to the waiting room to talk to the director. Kusaka and Iris were impressed with such words. A professor from the capital of the royal city is about to come. He is in a hurry to dine quickly before his arrival. Iris said sandwich looks very tasty. The bit replied that it was a special dish called kinkamate call and suggested that it try. Iris agreed. The protagonist said he would start with the fried. At the same moment, the girl took his fork and noted that in her opinion, she would not need it. Kwasaka told her she was cooking perfectly. Iris replied that she likes to cook in her spare time. She believes that it is nice to have someone you can eat together. The protagonist thought she likes cute things, and she was preparing perfectly. Today, he learned a lot about her, and it was at that moment that they heard a voice. The door opened to the room, and a stranger turned to them. Kusaka expected to see an old man in front of him, but it turned out to be a young guy named Leric Dugert. He is the third son of the Duke and works as an archaeologist. Although he is a noble kind, he still asks to treat him as Rivna. He feels uncomfortable at official meetings. It is very annoying. Therefore, he asks to talk about the underground city. Larry clenched his fists, his eyes shone brightly, and he strongly asked him to tell him everything they knew. A little time passed, and when they told each other, they went to the underground city together. The archaeologist was impressed, seeing the entrance. He began to touch the door with his hands and asked if it was calcium. Then he added that there are a lot of it here. The lyric told of divine greatness and confessed that he would like to taste it in full. He also talked about how a lot of everything can be obtained by opening only one door. The protagonist turned to him and asked to move because they had to go inside. The door, meanwhile, reported that the magic sample was confirmed. It has passed for a while, and the gates of the city finally opened. The master. From the depth, a voice that Xebetun congratulated, addressing him as the owner. The lyric was surprised when he heard that the piece was called a master. The bit then remembered that he forgot to warn about this detail. The protagonist also told him about victory over Golem, which was incredibly surprised by the man. He was just astonished. Leric, seeing these places, asked if they were in the underground city. He added that it is not at all like a regular dungeon. He said it exceeds all ideas. The history of archaeology will now change forever. The Leric was upset that he did not record the content of his dissertation. At that moment, the man noticed the slim. They returned to the main character and Iris and greeted them again. They returned to Leric and said they had never seen each other before. Slime reported that he was an assistant. Ecos Man opened his mouth with surprise. He sat down in front of him and asked whether those creatures were ancient magical creatures. The guy replied that he was really well known for them. The lyrics began to tell that he was well known in ancient organizations. He always considered them only myths, but in fact they exist. The man noticed the house and, pointing his finger on him, asked if this house had brought Mucus himself. The Mucus, with a smile, replied that it was not true. In fact, the owner built this house in a moment. Larika immediately returned to the main character, and he replied that the owner of this place could build almost everything he wants. The man explained that it is clear why this place is called an underground city, but now it is empty, and only the owner has the right to develop it. The protagonist asked if a newcomer would be able to cope with this place, and then he added that that is why he returned, to submit a report. The lyric confessed that he was very grateful for finding this place. Most people just occupy ruins without even notifying the guild. The man noted that the Kusaka seemed to understand how important this event was to history. He thanked him. Then the protagonist asked him if he could tell more about ancient civilizations. To this, the lyric with confidence replied that there was nothing he knew. Subsequently, they went to the house. The man was surprised that he had to go barefoot. There was nothing unusual for the main character. He thought it could be a very distant future, although he was not sure of it, because he was often called a transmitter. Lyric asked for permission to tell everything he knew. He said that about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago there was an ancient civilization. Due to the lost magical technologies, there were no restrictions for them. They could act not only in the sky, but also on other stars and even on distant planets. They do not imagine their lives without charming lamps, showers, slabs, as well as without a guild card or the opportunity to move in history. They found all these things in ruins. But this is just a part of history. Imagine people traveling to other continents on mechanical flying birds and communicating with someone distant through a small box that is placed on the palm of your hand. The bit thought about space travel, planes, and phones. This ancient society is very reminiscent of his native world, but here, instead of science, magic developed. Lara continued to say that over time everything was destroyed. Together with the death of powerful magical technologies, their ancestors lost their greatness. The protagonist asked why everything around was destroyed, whether there was a world war. Lyark replied to this that he himself did not know the reasons. Everyone suggested that the cause of all these events was some unknown monster. Then the clip was wondered what happened to him now. He confessed that he did not leave a bad anticipation. Iris replied that this catastrophe was mentioned in the legends of her people. Then her people and people united to resist bad. It was a devastating battle. Their people lost everything he had. When the grief turned into rage, this rage fell asleep somewhere in this world. Although magical technologies existed in this world, their civilization was still killed. There is a chance that this evil can wake up again in our time. At that moment, the Mucus crawled and laid out a table with different foods in front of them. He said they could take everything they taste. The main character stabbed a piece of food on the fork. He tasted him and said it was delicious. Irisa also ate her dish with pleasure. Lyric confessed that he was jealous of his ancestors. They could eat it daily. After that, he wondered where the ingredients and utensils for the meal came from the Slim. Slime replied that they, like assistants, have a special skill, a subject box that is related to their body. The assistant opened his mouth wide and began to show how and where he got all the things. People were amazed. The main character seemed that all the ingredients they used were taken directly from the mouth of the Mucus creature. Larry said they needed to go back to Hatra to discuss the disaster. He had one proposal, then asked Husaki if he would like to build something. The man raised his hand and said that he was primarily interested in archaeological research and he was preparing for the future. Judging by the latest events, something can happen to Onan. If this happens, this place will be a good cover for evacuation. There was no battle, so it would be interesting to do archaeological research. In addition, the idea of creating a game about the construction of the city looks exciting. For half an hour, the clip is here, and during this time it has accumulated 8,000 units of building materials. Now he can build homes one by one, but he wants to try something new. He created a huge sphere. The lyric asked what it was. In appearance, it resembled a construction egg. The protagonist threw the sphere to the open place. At the same moment, several dozen finished houses appeared there. I thought he was incredible, as if a real god, and he just smiled in response and said that I was exaggerating. That's all because of his ability. The girl said she knew about this skill, but does not think that there is some more powerful. She wanted to point out that he was a transmitter, but suddenly changed the topic and noted that there was a real hell here. Slims approached him and asked if they could take empty places inside the homes. The Cliff gladly agreed to it. The protagonist divided the task between them. He took the city of Annan, with residential quarters, trade part, and surrounding lands, so that the city created was holistic and complete. Suddenly, Cusack thought what this skill of creation was. He felt that much more opportunities were hidden in this ability. The lyrics happily reported that today's discovery of Len Quote has become a real sensation for archaeology. In addition, he has already told about their finding of His Majesty. At that moment, a strange tremor appeared. Iris and the man were confused with surprise. After a while, everything subsided. People began to ask each other that it was a shaking and whether it was an earthquake. It was not long, so it became even more interesting. At the same moment, the mucus suddenly shouted that something bad happened and immediately asked to follow him. After a while, they finally got to the place and mucus reported that they had come. Before them stood a large black stele with a seal. The bit wondered what it was. Slime explained that he became greater during the earthquake. Iris saw the pattern on the seal and asked if the same was the same. The protagonist confirmed that the golem has the same pattern. The lyrics said he realized this place was used magic transmission. As soon as he touched her, his body disappeared instantly. Iris asked what he was thinking about it, and Cusack answered that they could not leave him to her. After that, they touched the seal together. They were in an unfamiliar place. The protagonist used a map that showed only one way. Seeing them, Larrick was happy. Suddenly, Cusack felt something unusual. He turned to the man and asked him to stand behind them, because perhaps the monster was hiding here. Suddenly, mucus and a glass creature appeared in front of them. He assured that they were wrong, because he was not an evil monster. Slime corrected the glasses and greeted his master, saying that he was glad. It is a mucus in glasses, a small version of the usual mate. The protagonist asked what was the place. He was explained that they are now in the deepest part of the underground city. One of the disasters here is a black dragon. The bit asked if there were some more disasters, and the assistant replied that there were many. Lyric noted that this discovery was a real shock, and the mucus immediately added that he wants to say something very important. In this area, support is constant, but if there are special circumstances, it will be cancelled. Then the clip wondered if the black demon would really return to life, and Slime confirmed it. The protagonist began to worry, remembering that the black dragon is a creature that destroyed an ancient civilization. Slime said that in the north of the mountains of Phethos, there is a large mountain, which sleeps a black dragon. In less than 10 days he will wake up. The assistant suggested that they tell them about the black dragon, but initially suggested changing the place. After that, everyone followed him. Slime explained that this charming thing was capable of playing an image. After that, he asked the clip to touch her. The ball announced that the castle was removed and the update begins, Ash. This record has been 4,000 years. They are taking one of the cities of the time. The dragon released a huge ball from his mouth that destroyed the whole city. People in the homes burned. A little time has passed, and the city turned into ruins. There was a powerful explosion there, and the clip was stunned by what he saw. Slime said that more than 100 people were injured, and in seconds, thousands of lives disappeared. It turned out that this Fitch creature was actually a black dragon. This is a completely different creature, such the main character has never encountered. Iris said it looks like an earthquake or flood, but now it turns out that there may be several disasters. The lyrics trembled with fear. He said it was time to return to Onan. Everyone should be evacuated immediately to the underground city. The protagonist agreed, and Slime noted that they had at least 3 days of the reserve. During this time, they should try to evacuate. Slime in glasses, with the help of moving magic, moved them to the entrance. From there, they quickly moved to Anin. When they entered the guild, they noticed that all around were very worried. Kusaka noted that it looked strange. Something happened here. Millie greeted them and asked the underground city. The lyric told her that this city once belonged to a very ancient civilization. The girl said it was a real historical discovery, and usually such an event should be celebrated. But now it will not be easy. The Slid wondered what had happened. Mulea reported that in the north, near the mountains of Fateos, they noticed signs of panic escape. The main character, Kale, asked her again. Iris explained what it means when a whole crowd of monsters, from a few thousand to tens of thousands, rushes together like a stream. Today, at about 10 a.m., they noticed a high concentration of magical energy. According to the guild calculations, 50,000 monsters will appear in the nest in just 3 days. This is quite possible. They are preparing to attack the city of Onan. Melia began to panic and talk about the disaster. In addition, the vanguard Bunz was destroyed 3 months ago during the previous storm. The only military force of Onan is guilders and adventurers. It will not be easy to protect the city. So she raised an extremely important question. Do they consider the underground city a good place to cover? They looked at, and the main character with a smile assured that there would be no problems. Milia was in the underground city. She confessed that she was hard to believe that they were really underground. Guild Chairman Barden said the chief hero that he was a real crazy, and then laughed. He said the custom that all residents of the city of Anand could fit here. Then he asked to let them find shelter in this place. The protagonist replied to this that it was conceived from the beginning. Hearing his words, the leader bowed his head and sincerely thanked. Milia said they would also try to evacuate all residents of the city of Anan safely. The protagonist said he had several questions that he would like to discuss. At the same time, he thought he had to report the Black Dragon. As soon as he was going to have a conversation, the mucus with the glasses was indignantly stated that all this was already crossing all borders. The protagonist tried to reassure him, but Sleem immediately asked if it was true that in the north, in the mountains of Fatoi, there was some panic. Isn't that? He explained that many magical particles are formed before each major collision, which begin to tremble. In the end, it became clear that a black dragon that slept in that place could wake up earlier than everyone had hoped. He turned to Kusaki to ask what to do next. All team members froze in place, stunned by what they saw. The black dragon spread in the sky, releasing streams of fireballs. Each shot left a devastating explosion that shook both the earth and the sky together. The girl looked at what she saw and exclaimed that they did not even imagine how much they came to such trouble. Her eyes expanded from fear because she realized what tragedy could happen, whether they were nearby. The man says it was so bad because of the crush. Behind the Kusak-ku, he approaches the girl and asks if everything is fine with her. Slime says Stamdad began before they expected. He also asks if they will have time to prepare for tomorrow. Thinking about the situation, the guy realized that the city of Onina was threatened with a real danger, a simultaneous attack by both the Black Dragon and the army of monsters. The man asks if he should return to Anina and prepare for evacuation. The slice of the Kus replies that they will come soon, but his attention is attracted by mucus. He says he wants to show him something. The hero is amazed and asks his words. Before the eyes of the cow appeared a picture, 3 large doors made of grinded stone, covered with intricate patterns. A little snail sat next to them, radiating confidence, and was ready to follow the hero anywhere. The mucous membrane in the glasses said that, according to ancient legend, about 4,000 years ago, in dark dungeons, invaluable treasures were hidden that was stored for the special elected. Kook carefully turned to his assistant, wondering which of the 3 doors lead to their cherished purpose. His gaze slid between arched aisles in search of a hint, and in his head, he tried to recall the long, forgotten knowledge. Finally, the Slim says, "For the heroes, the left door, for the owners of demons, medium, for the sage, right." But the hero does not belong to any of these categories, and this answer was quite surprised by the Slim. Suddenly, someone's phrase sounded. The voice reported that Kusakoa's status was confirmed, the hidden condition was fulfilled, and the door was slowly opened. Having made the decision, the group went into the left door. The mucous membrane in the glasses, while still shocked, looked at friends and whispered, not understanding what was happening here. The walls of the large hall were decorated with an unusual artifact, an ancient magical sword. His damaged blade dimly gleamed in low light, adding mystery and hinting at the secret hidden in the wreckage of this large weapon. Before them lay the legendary sword, glorified in ancient myths and legends. The warriors who defeated the Black Dragon once possessed this blade, but during the great battle that took place exactly 4,000 years ago, the sword lost its integrity. Slime added that the possession of these weapons can change the future and restore the times of glory and courage. Hearing such prophetic words, Kao denied uncertainly, they say, he was an ordinary man. The young man finally made an important decision. He decided to take the legendary sword. But as soon as he reached out to the arms, the blade melted in the air, leaving behind only a barely noticeable glow. The young man slowly stretched his palm, and the space around him trembled. A charming portal opened in the center of the room. From its depth, a legendary sword appeared, slowly rotating in the air. When he was aware, the inquisitive student asked how the master managed to repair broken weapons. Cook Canley explained that he used a rare creation skill, which was able to restore the ancient relic in a new form. The young man also said that the secret of how to restore the sword was revealed to him by accident when he kept a fragment of the blade in his belongings. Over time, he realized that he had a unique gift, the force of strengthening and repairing various items. God's grace a plus. It reinforces weapons, makes it sharper, and gives it the ability to self-healing. Dragonoctor S+. This skill increases the power of the hero and his sword. The divine section allows you to strike a devastating stroke if you fill the sword with magic. He expelled the perfect sword capable of killing dragons. He sincerely believes that with this sword, he can become a worthy rival of the Black Dragon. The young hero turned to his little assistant, suggested to explore 2 more doors together. The little snail immediately agreed, nodded, and began to get ready to go next to his master. They saw a giant work. It was a magical railgun with high-power, high-action shells that could burn everything in their path, exactly what they lacked for battle with Stamp. Ku very much wanted to take possession of a valuable find and reached for her, but Slame stopped him instantly, saying that an attempt to pick up the item would not end with anything good. To get this, you need to use a huge repository of the Demon Lord. Did someone even think, and is it endless? Due to the fact that Kawasaki appeared unnaturally, the Cooch has reached infinity. Then he thought about something and used a magical seal. The hero called his faithful golem, who finally dispelled his doubts. He appeared to his master with a deaf roar and greeted respectfully. Gulim and Ku shook their hands. Both rejoiced in this meeting. The hero realized that this is probably the same advanced A+. The stone guard carefully put his hand on his chest and looked at his master with respect. In a loud and deep voice, he assured that he was always ready to help in the most difficult minutes. The puppy greeted the snail and offered to act together. The snail is wary, but still agreed to cooperate. Ku confidently stated that he would seek help when the right moment would come. The stone guard, quietly retaining his dignity, quietly and densely replied that he would be patiently waiting for an order from his master. After the results of the discussion were summed up, the young man reported that they were heading and going to the next door. In response to these words, Mucus voiced his opinion, saying that his task was to be near Akoma, who often lagged behind the main group. They came across another artifact, a long, forgotten, cracked shield. The sharp debris testified to the numerous battles that the owner has experienced. Slag began to talk about the past of this shield. According to him, in ancient times, about 4,000 years ago, it was this shield that used brave heroes during the great battle, when they came together with a duel with the most black dragon. The conclusion was as follows. Even if the sage was unable to repair it, then the black dragon acted exactly. So they decided to turn to the owner and find out if he could restore it. Slime thought thoughtfully whether his owner could return the artifact to the former appearance. The answer did not slow down. The guy sadly acknowledged that he was lacking the skills and knowledge to repair it. The young man explained that the main complexity was the structure of the shield. It consisted of many different details, and each link required a special approach and knowledge. But while the boys were thinking about it, their thoughts interrupted the ringing voice of Mucus. To restore this product, it was necessary to find a special stone, a ruby of the dragon god, which appears only every 10,000 years and grows only in the inaccessible lands of the legendary dragon country. Ku, weighing all the circumstances, came to the conclusion that he would not be able to go to the distant country of dragons. Such a trip would need a lot of money and would be very dangerous. When there is a strong goal and an experienced Graham next to you, you can overcome any difficulties and gain an advantage over the enemy, even if the task seems very difficult. Slisniak happily crawled to his master, praised him for his good work, and assured him of his dedication and desire to continue to help. The assistant looked closely at the owner and suggested to create a special connection with each other, other spirits, and the soul of the owner. Thanks to this close mental unity, they would be able to unite their hand and help the boy become even better. Kavao was swore from this proposal. He froze in place and for a few seconds tried to understand that it could mean. Smiling welcome, Snails said it was a special gift that is intended to bring good fortune. When the need arises, the spirit responds to the call, share its energy, help to become stronger, and overcome all the difficulties. Smiling, he gently ran his hand on his little helper, agreeing that this gift is really very useful and will certainly need them in future hikes and battles. The young man suddenly interested the essence of the spiritual world. He carefully viewed strange signs and symbols around him, plunging into thinking about what the creatures called the spirits are actually. These creatures gave birth to human feelings, love, anger, and hope. People have never seen them, but the spirits have always been nearby, invisibly influencing everyone and his actions. Returning home, he asked Iris how evacuation was going. She replied that everything was going well so far. The guild helped them, so there was no panic. The owner was happy when they hear these words. He told Iris that he received in the sklep and explained how these things would help them in the battle with a black dragon. Iris thought about it. Kusakako asked her what had happened. She wondered if Iris told why she was looking for ancient ruins of other civilizations. For a long time, one young girl left her native land, leaving wide lands where mighty dragons lived behind her shoulders. In her heart, she had only one goal, to find the invaluable heritage of the past, known as the Shield of the Dragon God. Kuk, as if frozen in place, opened his eyes wide. The news heard struck him so much that he tried to realize how significant events hid for him. At first glance, a regular acquaintance with this girl. The fire told that he had lost in battle with Dragon 4,000 years ago, so she went to look for the remains of destroyed ruins. Kusaka confidently stated that his power was not equal. He assured the interlocutor that the return of the shield would not affect her, and promised that the girl would soon become the owner of this shield again. The girl slightly opened her hands, extended them to the boy, and looked at him with an expression of hope in her eyes. Seeing this gesture, he tensed inadvertently. He was engulfed in indecision and easy confusion. The girl turned to the bit and seriously asked if he had enough skills and strength to use the magic of creating and bring the shield to the perfect condition. He replied that it was impossible now, because according to Slyak, this requires a special object, a ruby of the dragon. The girl carefully plunged her hand into the space of the road bag and began to look carefully inside, trying to find something special. The girl smiled, passing the satellite with a smooth red stone, which was overflowing with different shades. The stone was a little warm to the touch. As the Arisovists said, if the passing is a shield, it must be decorated with ruby. Looking at the gift, Ku, with a calm and even voice, asked permission to use this stone. A well-known shield appeared from the very depth of the magical portal, as if it were pulled by invisible threads of magical power. Its surface flicked with pure silver, and fanciful patterns and precious stones decorated the armor. The girl's face suddenly changed. An expression of surprise appeared on it. The guy noticed her reaction and asked, alarmed, if something evil happened, looking carefully at his girlfriend. Iris explained that even if the shield is completely restored, it will still not be able to use it, because it requires a special skill, the Virgin of the Dragon God. She added that it was not a problem for her. The girl smiled slightly, noticing that she already has such skill. An ancient legend tells that every few centuries a girl who possesses the power of a priestess, capable of protecting the sanctuary of the dragon god, is born. The owner of this skill has two important goals. The first is to find a shield, and the second is to entrust him to the one who was born for the second time. By this point, no girl with this ability could not perform both tasks. Only Iris became the first to cope with it. Cole struggled with his best. Suddenly his head was a question. How much is it likely to find a safe way? Only one door had to open in the dungeons. However, contrary to all expectations, all the entrances of the temple suddenly dissolved in front of the heroes. In the general confusion, it became clear that it was in Iris that it was needed. It looks like that. It seems something is not clean here. The invisible puppet, as if specifically, builds a number of coincidences to push the group to where it is profitable for him. In the evening, Ko arrived in a quiet town and stopped at the cozy hotel Silent Moon, which was famous for its hospitality and convenience. Here, he hoped to rest well and gain strength before the next stage of his trip. When he returned to the guild to tell everything that happened, he advised him to rest and prepare for the next day. Silence was worried about the storm, increasing his anxiety and bad anticipation. The inner voice persistently prompted him to be prepared for future difficulties. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Ku approached and opened, and on the doorstep there was a secretary of Guild Milia. The girl asked for a few minutes to talk. The girl apologized for her lateness and reported that she had an important news, which should be conveyed immediately. Miles said that if a black dragon appeared, only Iris and Circles will have to fight it, and everyone else could only watch. Cole confirmed that he had already heard such prophecies from other people. They all said that only he, together with Eris, could overcome the black dragon. He also explained that while Iris and Ku would fight, other adventurers should protect the residents of the city. After that, he went to the crypt to prepare. The girl nodded, showing that she understood everything, but feeling the danger, quietly put some object in the palm of Kao. It turned out to be a ring. If someone meets the dragon from afar, he or she must empty the vessel. This vessel contains the blessing of the spirits. Seeing the inscription, first emphasis of the vessel, Cole thought that it could mean. The more he thought, the more questions arose. The mystery remained unsolved. Cole asked Melia if she was able to read this text. The girl nodded and replied that she could explain that thanks to his special ability, she understands different languages and inscriptions. She was told that so much perfume was needed. Grandpa gave Melia a ring and said, "This ring should be given to the one who will fight the dragon." Cook looked at the ring in surprise. Suddenly she felt the connection with him. It turned out that the kook of the beast fulfilled special conditions. Now she has been able to improve the material of skills. The girl asked the boy if they had not imposed a curse on him. The guy replied that he may have just got a new useful ability and now wants to know what strength she gives him. Melia frozen in place without believing in her eyes. She opened them widely with surprise. Earlier, The girl was convinced that special abilities and talents were something innate, only chosen. Melia realized that it was the hero to whom she should give the ring. She assured him that only he was able to reveal all the power of this decoration. Ku accepted the gift and promised that he would use the received power as a real dignity. The ring sat perfectly on his finger. The guy liked the ring. The girl sighed with relief, because now she could give her to the one she really wanted. This is what she entered the guild. The young man addressed her. He asked not to say that she was going to go right now. The girl was full of determination. She firmly stated that she would not go until she fulfilled all the tasks that she was instructed. Chusel decided to watch the further events, hoping that the young man would be able to save them from both monsters and a black dragon. The guy said she overestimates him. Melia believed in him and asked not to worry. It gave him confidence and relief. Suddenly, they both yawn at the same time. The girl laughed and said that his yawning is contagious. The CMO decided that they were time to return home. Melia suggested returning to the conversation in the afternoon, and now both had to rest. She thanked the young man and said she was resting on him. The guy in response stretched her smile and assured that she also counting on her. The next day, the young man sat on his bed and thought, the skill he received yesterday really helps to improve materials of the same type. If he creates 20 Fenrir skin, a recipe for a certain type of equipment will appear. He received Fenrir's cloak. This cloak has the best protection against magical and physical attacks. Now that he had such a powerful equipment, only to give all the strength in the tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the underground city, residents began to greet their guests. Suddenly, Ku came on stage. He introduced himself to people as an experienced Anyan traveler and the owner of the underground city. He suddenly realized that he began to speak very important, though he did not notice how it happened. But it was already too late to change something. Housing has already been prepared for the city residents. Q also says that you need to obey the guidance of the guild and move to the houses that you have allocated. People asked Ku if he was really the one who could defeat the bear. He confidently replied that yes, this is true. People repeated everything that he was bold and kind. Iris laughed quietly. Kyle rejoiced that he made such an impression. He was pleased, though a little awkward. Suddenly, Melia came to him. She spoke with anxiety that they had received a message from scouts. It stated that the monster began to move from the northern slope of Mount Fathos. Ko is sure that their crazy offensive has already begun. Eris asked Melia how many people had already been evacuated. Melia replied that about 70% was already evacuated. The guy realized that they would probably not have time. The secretary confesses that she did not want to burden them more, but asks to repel the monsters. The boys supported this idea and immediately went on the road, because they realized that they could not lose a minute. Iris and Ku stood just between the mountains and Onan. It was here to decide who wins, monsters or people. There was nowhere to hide, and the girl was a little worried that it would be a problem for them. But the guy reassured her, promising that everything would be fine. Kao called the golem, because he was still going to destroy everything. Iris noted that he was constantly amazing her, although all this is due to his skill. The Ghoul congratulated the owner and felt that the rebellion was approaching. The owner asked Golem if he would handle the task. The Ghoul confidently replied that he could. His eyes lit up, and a couple began to rise from his body. The robot thanked his owner for playing an important role in all his cases. He agreed with this, and Iris, looking somewhere in the distance, also turned to him. From afar, a whole monster Kubal flew. The boys prepared for the attack, and Gol stood quietly and waited for his master's order. Cope ordered the golem to attack. The girl was surprised by the strength of the golem. A powerful explosion came at the point where it struck. If he wanted the goal, he could destroy the whole country. Health and mana have increased in KO. Although the goal destroys monsters, all the experience goes to the young man. The goal informed that the cooling is completed and undertaken to produce the rest of the monster. The boys also decided to join. Go to the left flank and Iris to the right. Iris offered a couple. Who will win less monsters? He treats others. The young man is not going to concede. The guy ran in different directions. Ku decided it was the perfect moment to check Fenrir's cloak. He activated the Express Expire skill. It seemed to him that the time was slowing down. A spider appeared in front of him. Kyle hit the spider just in the abdomen. The young man cut the next spider in half. When he landed to the ground, he noticed he took only 2 seconds from him. The impressive speed, although it cost 6 points of mana. Since it is restored by about 1% every second, you need to be even more careful. The spider cry. In order not to let the spider escape, Ku decided to take advantage of the thunder of God obtained through Graham. When he cut the spider again, his level increased, but the numbers seemed some incredible. The more mana he poured into the divine incision, the further and more this blow became. He decided to try a new reception, Divine Slut of S+. But suddenly, Graham stopped listening to him and raised the blade of the sword up. The black dragon woke up. A powerful weapon was activated, the S+ Dragonocter. The real battle is just beginning. At this time, Iris fought with the wolves, defending the barrier of the draconian god X. She stuck the spear directly into the wolf that attacked. She wondered that they never end. The girl was surrounded by wolves, but suddenly she rushed to her. He apologized to her for taking her prey and warned that he was already heading for her. A noticeable expression appeared on the girl's face. The ghoul suddenly turned to his master and said that he would handle other monsters on his own, and it is better for them to focus on the battle with the dragon. He also wished them good luck. The boys thanked the work. Iris noted that they get along well. Ku replied that they were because they were real combat companions. The dragon was already approaching them. He used to rest in the mountains quietly while sleeping. They were already going to go on a journey, and suddenly a huge black egg appeared in front of them. The egg began to crack at the seams. The boys stopped suddenly. Who guessed that something would hatch? Suddenly everything was illuminated by a bright flash. Suddenly a black dragon appeared, much weakened. He shouted loudly. The only way to defeat it was a dragon destructive saber. This dragon can be a real threat. It threatens to destroy everything that exists. The dragon looked at him with an insightful look and roared loudly. The young man shuddered from a loud cry. Even when all the negative effects disappeared, he still asked the girl whether everything was fine with her. Iris asked not to underestimate the dragons. ICS was glad to hear these words. Ordinary weapons are not able to harm the dragon. You can only defeat it with this sword. The young man thinks that if he had not met Graham, he would probably escaped the tail. Now he decided to try the sword. The black dragon hung high in the sky, and the young man could not get to him just. Who grabbed the sword and rushed into the attack? He struck, and it was at that moment that the dragon returned and looked at him with confusion in his eyes. Blood rushed out of a long wound, and the dragon shouted with horrible pain. The young man was glad that he managed to strike. The blow was not deadly, but it was still quite noticeable. Kook stood in a battle rack and realized that he could injure the dragon. A huge ball of magic began to form from the dragon's mouth. The guy was very surprised and worried when he saw it. He said he was trusting these Aryans. The girl agreed. She will thank him for saving her and will always protect him. Eris closed the boy in a shield, though it was not easy for her. The dragon suddenly screamed and began to circle in the sky. The boys were alert and looked up. This monster went to the barrier to break it. The girl again activated the shield of the dragon god X, but even so, the protective barrier began to crack. The dragon looked around confusedly. The boys disappeared somewhere. The young man picked up the girl so she would not fall. Eris sincerely thanked him. The dragon was completely swollen by many thin threads. He began to slowly fall to the ground. The boys lifted the dust clubs around them. The dragon tried to escape from the threads that were drawn. The girl wondered how they managed to win the dragon. Now Kudu has only to get it. Although the mana was recovered quickly, 1% per second, it has only 40%. Then the young man decided to collect all his manu for the final blow. At this point, the dragon again began to collect a ball from mana, getting ready to attack the boys. Mana streams moved one towards one. When he defended himself from the clouds of dust An heiress with a shield suddenly appeared nearby. She promised to protect him. The young man thanked the girl. Both hoped that the dragon was no longer alive. They were frightened and trembled, because through the dust it was visible the scary look of the dragon. The dragon straightened his wings and roared threateningly. The dragon, though wounded, began to climb the sky. When he climbed into the sky, the boys surprised how suddenly everything around had darkened. The bites dropped on his knees. The young man felt dizziness, and his confidence began to disappear. It came to him that the dragon destroyed the dark field. This ability sucks Manu from all creatures within 2 kilometers. It was bad for Kyle, because the dragon's skill was stronger than the hero's ability to recover. Eris's face was drained by the fear of sweat. The young man realized that he would not be able to save himself, even using the blessing of Godspeed. If the battle is delayed, Ku will be in a disadvantage. They had to defeat this monster as soon as possible. He realized that he had no choice. He stood in a battle stable and gave the last forces and all his Manu Gram. By activating the Divine Incision S+, the young man directed a powerful stream of Manivaded towards the dragon. A large spherical shield appeared around the dragon. Ku exclaimed that if this method does not work, he would have to give up. The stream of the force that the guy directed tried to break the shield. Cracks appeared on it. Sweat drops drained on the young man's face from tension. The protection was about to collapse. Large cracks appeared on the shield. The dragon was confused and frozen for a moment. Manaflow destroyed the shield, but he did not have the strength to overcome the dragon. The young man realized that he still managed to destroy the barrier, but the forces were over, and the mana was completely exhausted. The dragon opened his mouth and shouted in the whole voice. A giant flames escaped from the dragon's mouth, and everything that happened on his way instantly covered the fire. Iris stood up for the defense of Ku when he barely kept on his feet from exhaustion. It continued to hold back a powerful flow of flames. The girl's shield shook. In the end, the shield crumbled into pieces, and the girl was flooding. The bullet was very frightened. At that moment, it seemed to him that he was about to leave this world. While the young man worked in a black company, he was almost afraid of death. But after he was born here again, he finally began to appreciate life and enjoy it. He was a stranger in this world, but the locals met his warmth and hospitality. The guy didn't want to lose it all. Who refuses to move into the other world? He wants to live. He promises all those who are waiting for him that he will definitely return home. Suddenly, the mother began to pour from the ring. He remembered what he was told. If you meet a dragon somewhere from afar, you should use this ring. All conditions are fulfilled. The spiritual ring is temporarily activated. Kavasimana began to grow even higher, exceeding any boundaries. He realized it was his chance. He had to fight the dragon and defeat him. The guy directed a powerful flux of mana right on the dragon, and Iris lay his powerless. The flow of fire and magic collided in the air. The hero shouted when the dragon flew high in the sky. Manaflow won and the dragon were destroyed by fire. The dragon with a roar fell to the ground and shouted in pain. The monster rushed at the hero again, but this time he did not just defend himself. He went on the offensive, reflecting the attacks of the enemy. The CMU aimed his blow to the dragon and defeated him. The dragon fell to the ground, and the guy watched closely at everything that happened. Kurash breathed hard after the battle, watching the dragon disappear. In those days, when the black dragon squeezed the earth, a song sounded somewhere in the distance. When ancient people built an underground city, for 3 days and nights, those whom they brought to the surface for worship were united in a single spirit. The spirit had no strength to fight the black dragon, but many years have passed, and he returned to thank the one who created it. Known by the one who responded to the call of the spirit with a 4-year history, so he deserves the best award. A few days after the victory over the black dragon, a real feast was arranged in the city. It was thanks to Kao and Iris that all residents remained intact. People lifted glasses to thank them. People began to talk enthusiastically about the young man. They say, he carried out incredible, defeated the bear. Maybe it should also be called the winner of the dragons? He was offered to drink together, because today he became a hero. The girl approached him and thanked for her good work. She also suggested raising a glass for his health. At the end of the holiday, Iris and Ku sat on the bench when a stranger suddenly approached them and greeted. It was Chromium-san. He thanked the boy for saving their city. The guy really met all the expectations of the man. However, CUO said he did not deserve praise and respect because he believes that he is just lucky. Looking back, Kyle realized that he was really very lucky. It was thanks to the case that he came across an underground city, found a dragon divine shield named Graham, and received a spirit ring. All this is disturbing and forcing the hero to think about whether he missed something important. Suddenly, someone calls him by name. He said that to show his best qualities and skillfully use his different sides. This is not the same. Those who are able to use their different faces look better when they get praise. It would be more correct to say, let everything happen as fate decides. Kush decided that he would make his luck with the main advantage. Pomson confirmed that this was what he was in mind. The guy did incredible things by showing his strength. This can really be proud of. He asked Kao to believe in his own strength. From now on, this man will expect news about his new achievements from the same moment. The guy thought about the words of Chromium. Once upon a time, when he lived in Japan, it would be difficult for him to understand their content. But now everything has become clearer. He thought that, in fact, maybe it was worth believing a little more. The next day near the fountain was a girl in a sophisticated outfit. It was Iris. She said that today she obeys his instructions. The young man agreed with that. In this dress, she seemed completely different to him. They moved to the restaurant. Ku noted that the food here is incredibly delicious, just as last time they came here. Iris remembered that it was in this place that they were last spoken of an ancient civilization. He added that if it were not for the skill of this girl, Onan would not be able to escape. In addition to panic and chaos, the black dragon was really very scary. In fact, the girl did not want to meet him again. Iris said they have other problems other than the black dragon. The young man agreed with that. The guy said that if they again fell some trouble, he would decide it with his ability to cause trouble. The girl thought and asked if he really got a new skill. The guy confidently replied that yes. After the victory over the black dragon, his skills increased by 19, and he received new abilities. Now it can cause natural disasters. By spending Lana Point, he can cause and conquer a creature. The girl said every challenge only adds new problems. Perhaps the real problem is he himself. Ku said he was an ordinary man, whatever side he looked at him. Iris joked back. They say, she considers him a good person. On the way to the restaurant, the young man met Melia. He added that she will soon return to the guild at the royal headquarters. If she leaves, she will immediately become quiet. Ku said that they would be given a reward in the capital for winning the black dragon. The girl was surprised how quickly this news flew. Both do not know what to expect from life. 5 years ago, Iris left her home country. She could not imagine that her life would happen that way. Koprimani was silent. In fact, people in her country were indifferent to her. The young man suddenly became serious and asked why it happened. The girl began to say that she had a twin sister named Ferris. She also has the ability of the priest of the sanctuary of the draconian god. Who said it is strange? It turns out that such a rare scales occur not only every 100 years. Iris had the power of the servant in the dragon god temple and had a spear skill, and Faris was also a servant of this temple, but had the ability to predict the future. Her ability to predict the future took the mountain over her. She was able to see all the dangers that were moving. When she was only 6, the girl already became a real divine maid. Iris lowered her head. She, along with Ferris, was trained in the temple. It was prepared only as a spare option. But everything changed when the girl was 5 years old. The church was attacked by the monster, and Ferris was killed. The Divine Virgin has an important task: to find a shield of the divine dragon and return the ruby to its true owner. As soon as Iris was 16, she went on a trip with 3 guards to fulfill this mission. 3 days later, the money on the trip and the guards themselves disappeared. It was very engraved in her memory. The young man said he understands the girl. She drank a glass of wine and was only able to fulfill her duty, thanks. Now she was not ashamed to appear before that girl, and from the depths of her heart, she sincerely thanked the young man. He smiled and asked what she was going to do. Does she want to go back to her home country? Iris replied that she would not hurry and delay the return. She asked Ku if he would continue to travel. He replied that he would stop when he saw all the most interesting places in the world. The girl asked to take her with her. Someone wondered if she would be bored. Iris was sure they both like it. The young man noted that the girl had changed, although she did not think so. By that time, she was convinced that there was no person in this world who could help her, and that she had no friends at all. That is why she used her strength to simply survive. Now she is not alone, and all this thanks to Ku. He asked her questions with interest. The girl continued to say that when he defeated the black dragon, she came to save her. This is what he gave her joy and supported her at the most difficult times. She rejoices that she met him. From now on, he will be pleased to go where he will go. When the night came, they left the restaurant. The girl asked him to pretend that there was no this conversation at all. She said that alcohol was to blame. The young man also thought he had gone. Iris asked to confirm his words, but he just smiled back. Who asked her if she wants to spend the same dinner again? The girl agreed. They took their hands and looked into each other's eyes. They walked on holding hands. The girl called Ko and said that many mushrooms were growing on the shore, and she likes to look at them. He agreed and thanked the girl for his help in this case. She helped him because she wanted it. The guy says they have been doing a lot together lately. He proposes to apply to his former group after returning to the guild. Iris explained that because of the big difference in the titles they could not do it, but she would be glad to be with Kaylee in one team. She also added that it is not necessary to hurry, because he will soon receive an invitation from the Guild of Adventures in the capital. Then he will be able to pass the exam to increase his rank. They then joined the group. The girl asked if she agreed. The bullet agreed, because Iris really wanted to travel with him. She replied that she also agreed because it was fun. Suddenly her attention has attracted her attention. Both considered themselves monsters. But these were flying mushrooms and they do not pose a threat. Seeing a person, the mushrooms immediately flee. Iris said the guy would be able to fly if she eats this mushroom. It was a very strange mushroom. Kao thought it could use these mushrooms to create. He decided that he should gather them. The girl added that if he wanted to collect them together, she would block them all the ways to escape. But it turned out to be superfluous. The young man had already used the blessing of Divine Speed X. He raced between the trees rapidly, as if lightning, and the girl watched in surprise at his speed. Couché looked at the man and said that he had collected 56 pieces in 2 seconds, and Iris did not even notice anything. After that, they continued to collect the necessary materials. When they returned to Annan, they were already spreading on the street. The girl approached him and said that he was admired for a long time. She confessed that she came here to shake his hand and fulfilled her small mission. She dreams of becoming an adventure search, the same as him. The girl asked if he could become his student. He was invited to drink at the expense of the manager. The girl's mother said she would be able to become stronger. He still remained very popular, although it was a little worried. Suddenly, Milia noticed them and thanked Iro-san and Kusan for his perfectly done work. They arrived in time. Mile told them that 2 invitations had received adventurers. Ku looked carefully about the award ceremony. The secretary reported that the trip will be organized by Scarlet. They will need to visit the office of this company tomorrow when they have free time. The company is called Scarlet. It is here that the Chrome of San Iris asked Melia whether he would go and at the award ceremony. Melia without hesitation replied that of course it would go. She has many cases in this department. She is sure that they will only be able to meet at the award ceremony. In any case, she wants them to enjoy this trip. There will be many magical landscapes along the way. Melia is sure that they will spend a good time. Iris and her friends looked at. The young guy could no longer wait for them to finally get their destination. If you suddenly ask a young man why he is here in the field, everything is simple. He wants to experience new things he did before going to bed. The first artifact he received was a ring, dropped from the body of a black dragon. The ring of the Emperor of the Fire Dragon. His ability is the executive force of the Emperor X. This is a unique level of Class A+ level. In Kukusak, the status of heir to the Emperor of Fire X was activated. Now the power of the Emperor of Fire himself was added to his abilities. He realized that, as it turned out, not everyone in this world had magic. He needs a skill that will fit this property. The Fiery Emperor is the highest level that the magician can reach. It can only take advantage of this power when the ring of the Emperor of the Fire Dragon wears. Ku decided to take advantage of this and released a fire arrow from the ring. She hit the wood, and in a moment it broke out and burned to the background. Such a skill will definitely be useful. Apart from the tree, nothing more caught fire. He wondered if he could do the opposite and impress the entire area at once. He inspected the field closely. Its target is within 30 meters from here. He plans to burn everything within 10 meters from the center. The CMU reached out and activated the fire arrow. A large circle of fire was formed on the field. The guy was delighted. This bell burned only what was needed, so he considered it very useful. Suddenly, strange signals sounded. It turned out that those creatures are moon rabbits. A whole detachment of such rabbits rushed at a guy who first considered them wonderful targets for training. He used the skill of fire arrows to burn rabbits that fell to the ground. The arrow hit them straight into the heart. Ku can easily crush the rabbit without even damaging their clothes. He received the notification that his level rose to the 92nd. Its health and magical energy has increased. His physical abilities have also improved. His new characteristics seemed too strong for him. He has now decided to test the potion that made from flying and wet mushrooms. It was a flight potion that gave special properties, the blessing of the wind of the level S+. He wondered how it was to fly up into the sky. The potion turned out to be surprisingly delicious, reminiscent of the best Japanese sake. He rose from the ground and decided to try to fly even higher. When he climbed into the sky, he thought it was amazingly beautiful. After that, he began to test different ways of flight and sincerely enjoyed the feeling of freedom in the sky until the action disappeared. When the young man returned to the pavilion, the yard had long been north. The guy invented a new recipe and made a t-shirt that was very comfortable. He lay down in bed, calmly closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Iris notes that they have been here more than once, but the landscape is still capturing. Kua agrees with that. The owner was happy to meet a bunch of snails, and the boys immediately realized that it looks pretty embarrassing. They are going to leave the city of Onina. Also, they will not be able to return to the underground city for a long time. Snails are sad and say that they will be alone. They are waiting for their master today and are very worried about him. Slime told that he wanted to travel with his masters, but he cannot leave the boundaries of the underground city. Suddenly, Kook received a message from the ring. If he rewrite the main system of the underground city, he will be able to take one mucus with him. The ring asked if it wanted to change the system. He agreed and wanted it to happen immediately. Slime from such news was very pleased. The mucus body suddenly became hot. He did not understand what was happening to him. The young man began to tell that he was now rewriting the system. When he finishes, the Slims will be able to go outside. Suddenly, the Slims realized how important what is happening. Now he has a chance to go with his favorite master. His heart was overwhelmed by the joy and impatient expectation of a new adventure. He was extremely happy from what could accompany his teacher in this journey. Rin asked if it was possible to name the assistant. Iris asked with surprise whether he really wanted to call Mucus. She suggested calling the lake or savannah. These names did not like these names, but the idea of taking the name of the race was liked. Ku sat down and looked at his new acquaintance with a warm smile, offering him a good name. The little snail Sarara listened to him carefully and repeatedly repeated a new name, as if he was accustomed to how he sounds. The snail exclaimed that his name is Surar. He thanked his master for such a good name, and then felt that he was going to sleep. In the end, Surara fell asleep. The guy suggested that it was probably due to changes in the system. Maybe everything works like a computer after updating that you need to restart. The Mucusians promised to carefully put their tired and calm companion to rest, putting him to bed. At the same time, they reported that they would prepare for their favorite owner a pleasant surprise. Pua carefully asked his friends whether it was a gift. Hearing this question, the little snail exclaimed in surprise. Since Snail expressed his thoughts quite loudly, he was heard not only the young man, but also the girl who was nearby. She inadvertently witnessed this interesting conversation. The snail asked the owner what he was doing when he went on a journey. He had several things from the underground city that the man will need to look. He was only confused in place. There were carts in front of them. Little Mucus began to explain that these carts were made in the times of ancient civilization, and each of them had a unique, unlike other, internal structure. The girl noticed that there was a kitchen in the house, and the guy paid attention to 2 soft beds. In the other room was the second floor. Iris said that if you unite all these rooms into one, a wonderful crew would be released. Slag agreed with her. Sarama asks the owner to use creative strength for these crews. He imagines how the owner will create something really cool. Q decides to see a new recipe. The young man quickly realized what he needed to do. Gathering with forces, he made an important decision: to use the created artifact and activated a powerful magical seal. A huge carriage appeared in front of them. It was created by Kukusaki Workshop, and it was one of the largest carriages. It had 2 floors, and inside the living room, dining room, kitchen, and bedroom were located. They looked enthusiastically at a huge carriage, considering it truly giant. The ring appeared on the ring. Thanks to the experience gained, the skill of creating reached level 16. Now its capabilities have become wider. Q thought that this improvement would definitely come in handy. Previously, he could only use the creation inside the spatial box. Now it is enough to touch the subject, and it can use the force of creation even beyond. The guy suggested going inside, although the girl had already noticed that there was nothing more luxurious than the carriage. The first thing they saw was the living room. The little snail jumped on a sofa that seemed extremely soft to him. Iris was delighted with what she saw. The Sarara conducted the boys with a crew, showed them a plan of the building, a cozy dining room, a modern kitchen, and 2 bedroom spaces, which were located on the second floor. In addition, there is a beautiful bath in the bathroom. It looks particularly attractive due to its comfortable shape and sophisticated decoration, which creates an atmosphere of comfort and rest. Ko was very pleased that they could live in such a luxurious carriage. Slag exclaimed that this carriage was a real house on wheels. He leaned forward and asked how the owner was going to move this carriage. Iris added that she is probably very difficult, and most likely it would take at least 10 horses. As the guys left the crew, a stone goal appeared in front of them. He congratulated the owner and asked loudly to give him an immediate task. The young man answered the greetings and confidently ordered the giant stone golem to go to the luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance. The charming ring asked Ku if he wanted to unite the mighty Galem destroyer with a huge, striking team. The guy thought for a short time and then nodded confidently. An incredible transformation began. The giant figure of the destroyer of the golem gradually merged with the crew body, as if absorbing it, and turned into something majestic and at the same time terribly beautiful. The result was a majestic, destructive goal, which became stronger thanks to a fusion with the crew. The initial power of the magical nucleus has increased significantly. The majestic crew raced incredibly quickly. The boys will reach their destination much faster than they were traveling in a regular carriage. After discussing the route with the Scarlet team, they decided not to rush to go to the coastal fortress and to explore the cities that would happen on the way. It remained 5 days before departure. During this time, the comet met with anyone who helped him. He removed in the house and put his way in the living room. He has also completed the stocks of the right things and ingredients. All these cases took 3 days. And then he received a letter. It turned out that it was a letter from the relic. It stated that the first owner of these lands, Count Billion, is now undergoing treatment in the northeastern city of Server. Релік турбувався про стан графа, тому хотів його провідати, the young man thought. He was worried that the owner of these lands did nothing when the uprising began, and a black dragon appeared. It seems that the relic was also interested in it and decided to visit him himself. He treated his business very responsibly. The young man began to worry whether everything was fine with him. The relic sent a letter to the corner, in which he greeted him on receiving the award in the capital. He also reported that he was going to attend the ceremony. He guessed that the doctor was an insurer. This discovery gave the boy hope that fate may soon give the opportunity to meet him personally and find out important details on the road. The next day, the guy went to look for a guide and books to read on the road. Suddenly, going between bookshelves, he noticed many people around him. The girl stopped suddenly when her gait cut short. She stumbled on something invisible, lost her balance, and in a moment the books she carried, they crashed on the floor with a roar. The young man quickly collected books and gave them to the girl, asking if she was intact. Melia, surprised by such care, looked at him silently and said his name in surprise. The girl thanked Kyle warmly for helping to bring the book home and hardly asked her to thank her. Since the girl had previously shown his care, the young man believed that she just thanked her for it. He did not suspect that Melia is actually such a big reader, a real bookworm. She felt awkward because she could not thank her friend and remained guilty. The young man wondered if she was going to go for a future award ceremony. Ku said she could thank him when they meet in the capital. She promised to introduce him to her favorite restaurants or show local places. He fully trusted her choice. Melia understood him and remembered it. She decided to think carefully about how to thank this young man. The girl said that he would still regret that she had given her time to prepare and was already waiting for their next meeting. The guy thought and decided that the events that would soon take place in the capital promise to be extremely exciting and worthwhile. On the day of leaving children, residents of their hometown were sincerely escorted by warm words and sincere wishes. Among the escorts were Melia, who came closer, gave the children a beautiful bouquet of roses, and wished a happy road. Gol asked the owner if everything was ready for departure. The owner nodded in response, and together they resolutely left the city of Onan, heading towards new adventures and trials. The travelers moved on, and on the way to them joined Sarara, who funkily stepped nearby. A smile shone on his face thanks to Iris's gift. Now Kook immediately recognizes it among wild slimmies and no longer confuses anyone with anyone. Slime welcomed a mighty golem, happily waving his soft body. He was genuinely interesting, and he asked what was usually called such an unusual satellite. Gol was confused with a question, as if checking whether he heard correctly. Suddenly, Kus realized that he had not yet given his name to his stone friend. Friends started discussing different options: Desk Day, Tom, DST. Finally, they stopped at the last and presented their friend under the name of Dest. Travelers have finally chosen a successful name for their powerful destroyer golem. After completing all the preparations, they went on the road with a sublime mood, holding the course simply to the host capital of the country. Today, the group went to the picturesque Tao, which is famous for its meat delicacies throughout the district. Especially the city is known for dishes from the best local beef. There is a place called Mitt Street. There are many meat restaurants, the guy thought when he could read the book quietly. When he became a full member of society, his days passed in constant worries at work. He seemed to live in a dream where he could spend time calmly and carelessly. He was woke up from a deep sleep by his faithful girlfriend young man. Waking up, he saw that the team was already standing near the majestic gates of the ancient city of Tula, ready to take a step towards new adventures. As soon as the team crossed the walls of the second city, Sorara was surprised how many people greeted them. Even despite the fussy and restless atmosphere, the attention of the locals was stunning. The city may have appeared in the city. Suddenly, the knight stopped and asked if he was the same killer of dragons. The young man nodded back, confirming it. Just in front of the young adventure seekers, an unconscious man suddenly fell. He begged for help, trying to save his city, and in his voice heard a desperate request. Seeing this, the characters realized there are difficult tests in front of them. At the table, the hero met a man who politely asked for inconvenience and sought help. This man was a revered chairman of the Adalos Guild named Popolo. The young hero asked the main guild to tell in detail about everything that is happening in the town of Tu. Popolo sighed heavily and began his story, opening the listeners with a real picture of events. On the wide expanses of the northwestern plain, an extremely strong monster of the S+ class has recently appeared. Local and travelers dubbed him with a formidable name, Trent Divol. His appearance caused real panic and anxiety among all who pass here. When this monster begins to rage, it can destroy the whole city only in the south. Due to its powerful ability to recover, it is extremely difficult to reassure it. Papalo has now appealed to the wandering priest to restrain this creature. However, everything happened so unexpectedly that adventurers did not have time to evacuate the city residents or gather a detachment to fight the monster. The man heard about the achievement of the bites and asked him to use his abilities to defeat the monster. The guy agreed, but first wanted to clarify one thing. The young man defeated the black dragon not himself, but together with Iris. Sura confirmed this and added that Iris rescued the owner from the dragon's flames with the protection of the dragon god's shield. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the man still decided to turn to two young heroes to save the city. They were the last hope for the unfortunate residents, the only opportunity to avoid catastrophe. Slag asked the guys why they were sitting on the roof of a carriage. Iris and Ku answered that the road could be seen so better. The girl thanked the boy for his words in the office of the head of the Adventure Guild. The guy acknowledged that he supported friendship with Iris, but the girl firmly said that she would become a defender because she considers it her duty. During the trip, the young hero paid attention to the giant, ancient tree. Kos immediately recognized the legendary giant, which was told by the head of the Guild of Adventurers. It turned out to be a terrible monster named Trent Divol, a huge creature that was almost indistinguishable from the ordinary tree, but had a hidden and incredibly scary power. The boys notice giant chains. Iris explains that these are celestial chains. Such a spell is a powerful and sacred magic created to restrain a strong enemy. The girl explained that few magicians would be able to maintain such a dangerous monster. This requires a real, experienced magician. The young man added that apparently this magician was the priest, which was mentioned by the guild leader Popolo. Suddenly, a little snail who watched closely at everything paid the owner's attention to an alarming thing. Large metal chains that held back a fierce creature began to crack quickly and disintegrate. The chains that kept the giant began to crumble quickly, and the captive monster finally became free and slowly crawled out. The heroes were stressed with each other's movement. A fragile girl was near the huge trunk of the mysterious monster. She focusedly used her magic, trying to hold back an angry monster whose mighty roots tremble and torn. She began to lose magical power and fell to the ground. Kugayev ordered first of all to save the priestess. The goal understood it and accelerated. The guy instantly appreciated the situation and rushed forward. He cleverly grabbed the girl simply from the dangerous roots of the huge monster tree, saving her from the inevitable death. It turned out that this little heroine was not an adult witch, as it could seem at first, but a very common girl. Despite her young age, she demonstrated incredible courage in the face of deadly danger. A huge branch of a terrible tree with a roar struck the magical protective shield of the girl. From a powerful stroke, the shield trembled and was covered with cracks, as if it were not to withstand this head. She instantly activated the legendary barrier of the draconic god. X created a strong dome of energy around the team. This barrier has securely closed everyone from the devastating blows of a terrifying monster. While the tree was constantly trying to break through a strong magical shield, Ku sincerely thanked Iris. Slime immediately became larger and promised that he would protect the little girl. There was a surprise on the young hero's face. He quickly recovered. He gently turned to his faithful mucus, asking to carefully transfer the girl to a soft bed. Returning to the battle, Ku asked a friend how Isis felt. She replied that she was now feeling much better than during a clash with a black dragon, but confessed that she needed a little rest. The young man ordered the servant Gallum to retreat away from the monster tree. Going back, the team gradually increased the distance between each other and this dangerous enemy to feel relatively safe. The young warrior finally decided to blow. He grabbed his shining sword, gathered all his strength and rushed forward as if he wanted to make the tree a kind of gift. Having straightened to the limit, he attacked. The hero activated a fighting spell, the incision of the God of War S+. The focused energy of the sword was released, and a powerful blow rushed directly to the target, trying to break through a strong trunk of a giant tree. The hero struck the right root of the tree, leaving a deep wound. A sharp, painful cry, which was heard by the environment, came in the air. The feeling of this pain was so severe that even a mighty enemy shuddered. In our eyes, the root, which seemed to be lost forever, suddenly began to recover. The monster showed the incredible ability to quickly regenerate, which became a real shock for young heroes. Iris noticed how the branches of the tree moved and quickly warned her friend that the roots began to move in their direction. Her voice sounded sharply and clearly, so he immediately understood everything. The young hero used the ring. He gave a decisive and clear order: no branch of the ominous tree should approach. So he took care of the safety of the whole team. Focusing, the young man concentrated the power of fire magic, creating a bright fire arrow that illuminated the air around. A powerful outbreak of energy at frantic speed rushed to the target. The hero released a burning arrow, and he stopped in place, watching her flight. The bright flame's tongue instantly cut the space, leaving a trace of smoke and light and relentlessly approaching the target. The girl was struck by the exciting beauty of the flight, and she shared her feelings, passionately marking this moment. After that, she asked the boy how much time had passed since he mastered magic. The young hero replied that he began to own magic recently. The girl noted that if the young man mastered the magic of fire, everything would have become much easier. The young man wondered why the fire and what could it change. She said that there were two ways to overcome the devil's tart. The first way is a long and grueling battle, during which it is necessary to beat it until its ability to recover. That is, the coup could bypass the opponent from different sides, using the technique of God the War S and striking from afar, but it would take a long time. Therefore, the young man wondered if there was another way. The second way is a short battle that uses the magic of fire. If the hero completely set fire to the head of the Trent demon, the tree will not have time to recover. Iris advised to use the second way, and the guy agreed with her. The longer the battle lasts, the more likely it will happen. Therefore, they need to complete everything as soon as possible. Ku wondered which part of the tree answers the head. He had to imagine that he was burning everything around. The young man thought that the tree was very large, so he came closer. He got out of the potion of a flight potion, which he made from flying mushrooms that they collected together. This potion was to help him rise into the air. Iris asked if he was going to drink potions and attack the monster from the air. The young man confirmed her words and said he would do it right now. She squeezed the boy's hand firmly, stopping his sudden movement, and seriously looked into his eyes. She said in a decisive voice that he went into battle with him, dividing with him all the difficulties and dangers. The girl needs to focus on the defense, and the boy to respond to the attack. This will be much easier for both. He asked her to hold on and drank herbs. The ring activated the spell, and they rose into the air. Iris felt anxiety and uncertainty, noticing how her girlfriend's mood changed. She was asked if she was afraid. However, the girl believed in victory because she knew there is always a reliable friend next to her. The guy realized that she was genuinely trusting him. Now, he also had to justify this trust. He ordered the desk to move away to be safe. He obeyed the goal and wished him luck in battle. In order to successfully shoot a fire arrow, the young hero had to fly closer to a huge tree. The distance was very important because only from a certain point of the arrow could be hit by the target. The tree began to move, taking clumsy steps, as if it were clear to the enemy's intentions and trying to escape or respond to the attack. It seems that the enemy felt dangerous and decided to hide. The living tree came into battle. Iris raised a protective barrier that covered both her and the young man, securely reflecting the blows of a giant monster. The huge branches of the terrible tree swallowed in different directions, twisting strong blows on the transparent dome that Iris created to protect two people. Iris's gaze became harsh when she ordered Kui to activate the ring immediately. This enabled him to direct all the magical power into a powerful blow to the devil's head of the devil, so that it was this blow to decide the fate of the battle. Iris has created a protective barrier that lit up with a bright light and reliably covered everyone from possible attacks. Meanwhile, Kao gathered all his strength and released a powerful fire arrow directly into the target. The heroes courageously restrained the onset of a terrible plant, protecting themselves from the continuous blows of its huge roots and branches. They were constantly alert, moved between shelters, and prepared their countermeasures. Suddenly the guy noticed something strange. The top of a huge wooden monster covered thick smoke. The huge design began to shake, lose balance, and everyone became noticeable that it was seriously damaged. The saved priestess slept peacefully on a soft bed after a difficult day of trials. Iris sat side by side, glad that her girlfriend had remained alive after a clash with a terrible enemy. Their views met on the emblem on the jacket. Iris, extremely passionate about the study of this topic, told everyone around the origin of symbolism. Its explanations concerned a sign that was a charm for believers in the war. The girl served this deity herself. The symbol on the coat of arms reminded the shape of the sword that Kue had. Shortly after this conversation, the careful Gallium told the owner that the group had already reached the northern gate, where new adventures and unexpected meetings were waiting for them. The man thanked the boys for today and advised them to relax. Ku was asked if he was the winner of the dragons. The guy nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, a whole group of soldiers appeared in front of him. They were something like a detachment of mortals and hoped that at least they would serve as a bait. But it seems that Ku and Iris have coped without their help. The man says there is no need to apologize to them. They are grateful for the rescue of the city. Suddenly, he orders the soldiers to take the cows directly to the Adventure Guild. The young man was immediately brought to the Guild of Adventurers, where he told the head of the guild about victory over a demon tab. It turned out that the leader plans to inform the management of his success. Padapalo sincerely says that if it were not for the intervention, the beautiful city could disappear from the face of the earth. The heart of the head of the guild is filled with warmth and joy. It blesses Ku and with words full of gratitude, thanks him for the salvation of the whole city. The young man refused to accept the glory of the winner, emphasizing that everyone on the team played an important role. He recalled that they would not have been able to win without joint efforts. The guy also noted that the life of the saved priestess depended on the fact that friends united and came to the rescue in time. The elder with gratitude noticed the modesty of the hero. In his imagination, he drew the image of a real hero, and now he saw a guy similar to a young bull, a strong, noble, honest, and always ready to give up his own comfort for the sake of a common good. The boys were on Nye Street in the Maya area. At the Pukli Cat restaurant, they ordered beefsteak, sprinkled with breadcrumbs and greens, and also took homemade wine to emphasize the taste of meat. Iris tasted the meat and immediately thought of what she juicy and delicious. The wine was also wonderful. She heard that at the next table people were discussing the appearance of a Trental girl, and admit that then everyone thought it was an end. The conversation lasted, and the young man felt awkward, because everyone talked about him. Although these words were not negative, it made him think that he may have already achieved something. After a delicious dinner, they moved to the hotel with a terrace for admiring the moon, where they planned to spend the night. Tomorrow they were waiting for a leisurely walking day in the streets of the city. The next day, Soraro was still asleep, and Ku remained a little time to meet Iris. He decided to use this time and create something new using the body of the demon Trenth, whom they won yesterday. Until he has come up with a recipe, all disassembled materials can be used for alchemy. He took out a branch of Yggdrasil from the magical portal. The young man remembered, if we talk about playing with forces, is not this giant tree from Scandinavian legends? He will now use it as material, and then he will come up with something. Meanwhile, Sori woke up. Saraara wished the master good morning and promised to get to work immediately. Kook watched with curiosity, wondering how mucus can help in the farm. Ku watched as his little assistant rides on the floor and looks enthusiastically at his reflection in the mirror. He became embarrassed when Snail stated that he was also perfectly round today. After the greeting, the boys headed to the south of the city, to the Tau area. At first glance, this area is no different from other urban parts, but there is a large, quiet pasture where cows graze. A round snail creature showed the owner of animals. Ku said that the northern and southern parts were so unlike each other, like two different worlds. The word two meant two-way in the ancient language, so this name came to him as best as possible. They tried to cut the sheep and tasted homemade cheese. When the young man walked through the pasture, people recognized the winner of the dragon. I did not feel how the festive treat began. Thawed on the wall of the fortress, Iris said that the peasants were very grateful to Kyla. She wondered how the hero felt, because he did not expect such a sincere reception. The girl continued to say that once this farm was a desert, but over the years she turned into a fertile place. She noted, if it were not for the guy, everything would be a lifeless wasteland here again. That is why she was grateful to him for his efforts. He really worked well. He not only saved the city, but also preserved everything. After that, they returned to the guild, but the priestess was already left. She left a letter to the secretary of the guild for Kook with the words of sincere gratitude for saving her. In the letter, she told that she was a wandering priestess. When she was in Tau, she learned about the appearance of the devil from Treno and offered to help him to catch him. She also wrote that the characters saved her just when her magical forces were almost gone. She is sure to thank them very soon. The boys were also traveling. If they really had to meet in the near future, it would be a real surprise. They went to the meat shop where they sold special sandwiches with meat. The guy was surprised that there was no piece of bread in sandwich, and Iris was even more surprised that he was expected to see bread there at all. Slag also decided to try. It turned out to be delicious. Tomorrow they will go to Surriere. This town is known for its hot springs. For the Japanese, such sources are the true pride and soul of the country. Who is the most waiting for this trip? So everyone decided to wake up at 6 in the morning and went to bed earlier. The next day, their team was escorted by a whole river of people. Everyone was very pleased to see how many people came to thank them sincerely and express their respect. Iris and Soar were comfortable nearby and quickly fell asleep, plunging into a deep sleep. The boys were standing nearby, looking around, not understanding where to go or what to do next. The sun was shining brightly outside, the sky was clean, and a light breeze swayed leaves on trees. The young man felt how to get out and enjoy such wonderful weather, take a deep breath of fresh air and be filled with a new day. His gaze accidentally stopped on a little girl standing nearby. The young man confidently addressed his faithful companion. The stone golem ordered him to stop. The goal obedience to his master, and froze on the spot. The girl returned to Ko and said she wanted to thank him for everything he did for her. Ko looked in her eyes and asked how long she had been waiting for him. The girl had a wonderful gift. In her dreams, she saw the future. Somehow, she dreamed of a bright and clear image. A carriage passed in front of her, and he was sitting inside. This picture remained in her memory forever, suggesting when and where she needs to meet this person. She followed her dreams because she believed that to ignore them inexpensively. Kyle thought she was just trying to be polite, although she was usually very straightforward. The girl returned to the boy. The girl stopped in front of Ku and asked if she had a transgrant skill. This unexpected question caught the boy by surprise. His heart scored faster, everything was confused in his head, and he could not immediately pick up the answer. In a dream, the girl felt how important this question is, but the guy himself confused when he tried to explain the incomprehensible word. With each of his phrases, everything became even more complicated, the anxiety grew, and there was no clear answer. She also had this special skill, because she was a servant of the temple of the god of war. If he, like an alien from another world, has this skill, then she must tell him something very important and convey something significant. Hearing these words, he remembered Iris. She also had her mission and special abilities. Lily may have been in a similar situation. Lily began to say that the ability of the priest of the god of war has awakened someone only every few centuries. This power allows its owner to use the power of things that are named after the god of war. Ira said that it was reminiscent of the priestess of the dragon god, and Slime knew about it. An ancient scientist explained to him, when a person with the ability of the priestess of the dragon god unites his forces with those who have the skill of the priest of the god of war, something incredible can happen. Who asked the question, hoping to hear at least some additional detail. But the snail was only guilty of his eyes, making it clear that his knowledge is exhausted. He knows nothing more and cannot help anything useful. The priestess of the god of war had to accomplish two important tasks. The first of them is to give a special charming bow to a man who had the gift of reincarnation, a mysterious hero who came from another world. The young man was surprised how the girl managed to hide such a big bow in her things. Her clothes were charming. The Sarita, who watched it, passionately said that the girl was just incredible. Hearing this, the girl was confused and ashamed. He turned his gaze on the bow and noticed that the symbol of the god of war was depicting those sacred tools that contain the power of the guardian warrior. It is a charming sword, Grom, a bow of Yggdrasil, and a nameless holy spirit. Lily presented them with one of the three sacred relics, the bow of desires. It is a special bow, sealed, which can destroy disasters. The guy was interested in this attractive name, and he wondered whether the day would ever come when the seal would be removed. I asked them to wait, because the bow is only shown at the ceremony every 50 years. She believes that carrying such a thing with her is dangerous. Lily got permission to use such weapons for her mission. She is glad to pass this bow of Kosan, so she performed one of her tasks. But there is another task ahead. The second task of the priestess was to find a charming sword, Graham. The girl wondered if the young man was where these weapons were, but the guy unexpectedly said that he had a sword and showed him to the girl. It was amazed by such news. The priestess felt a powerful stream of magic from the sword. She was stunned by this find and realized the incredible force hidden in this weapon. She never had to meet such a powerful source of magic before. She couldn't even imagine what she would see it. In her dream, she saw everything until the moment she passed the bow of Yggdrasilia. She asked the young man where he found him. He replied that he found a bow in the dungeon of Aunan and asked if he could leave him. The girl explained that Graham also belongs to the sacred weapon, and the responsibility for the safety of the blade lies on it. She added that she allowed him to leave this precious sword with her. Iris asked the girl if she really had a gift to predict the future. She replied and added that this gift has been helping her since childhood. The girl thanked the answer and said that the priestess reminds her sister. Someone realized that the girl's sister, Facilla, also had two important abilities. The first is a unique skill called the Forsyth. The second is that she holds a respected priest of the dragon god. Suraura wondered what the priestess is planning to do. She answered that after performing both tasks, she should protect the one who is called the traveler between the worlds. Lily asked them to take her on a journey if they did not mind. The guys had nothing mind. The characters sincerely greet a new girl, inviting her to join her friendly team. Their trust and openness move her heart, and she thanks them for such a warm reception. The clock arrows were shown exactly 12th. Travelers have already been comfortable at the table. The conversations immediately revived. Everyone shared their impressions and remembered the adventures on the last trip. From yesterday, everyone has a lot of energy. They began to cook dinner. Everyone is cooking. It was planned to prepare beef stew, cheese, and banana yogurt for dinner. This menu was offered by an assistant, and Ku also sewed for all aprons. The Shrirara coped well with the cooking, as it was expected. Iris was also preparing well, and Lily seems to have done it for the first time. Ku suggested that they prepare together. Initially, the young man advised the girl to try to break the egg. She tried as she could, but she did not work. Then Kook calmly supported her, explaining that there was nothing complicated. The main thing is to relax and act confidently and carefully. The egg cracked and crumbled into pieces. The guy realized that culinary skill is in vain if a person has never prepared before. Then he decided to help her and explained that there was a certain effort here. Ku helped the girl, and she successfully coped with the task, having received approval from everyone around. Iris and Ku decided to continue cooking dinner together, happy to spend time and create a delicious dish in a cozy and friendly atmosphere. When the dinner was ready, everyone gathered at the table and wished each other delicious. Iris noticed that beef dish, as always, was wonderful. She added that when a guy helped a restaurant in an anonymous city, everyone liked it, and so if he opened his own institution, he was waiting for great success. Lily also thought, she has never tasted such delicious food before. The girl gladly told how she likes to cook. Ku offered her, but she politely refused. It was noticeable that she was a little shy. He reminded the girl that it is not necessary to contain her appetite because she grows and needs good nutrition. The girl immediately cheered and asked another portion. The dinner was hearty, and then the characters went to wash dishes together. On the sacred land, Lily always put her missions in the first place, so she didn't even think of something like that. She apologized that she was not known on such ordinary things. Ku told the girl that she had nothing to apologize, on the contrary. He really liked her seriousness. Hearing praise, the girl shone with joy, but in her voice was still uncertain about when she asked quietly whether it was true. She said that her parents died during the epidemic. She was very small and remembers nothing about those events, but because of her talent, the priestess of the god of war was taken to the cult of this deity. Now the girl is happy because she was able to thank her rescuers. Iris and Kus have promised to help her survive many happy moments. They said that while she is so young, they needed to enjoy life more. They were right, and Sor exclaimed it to play with him. The crew felt a strong shaking. Passengers were scared. The stone industry stopped the transport instantly as soon as the earthquake began, so that there was no trouble. Cole was able to catch Sarah and immediately asked if they were all right with them, and no one was injured. Fortunately, the plane stopped just in the middle of the runway, and no one was injured. The girl was worried about whether the old, worn-out bridge built many years ago. If not, you have to look for a detour and lose a few more days on the road. The boys had to stay in Surior for 4 days and 3 nights to relax and enjoy hot sources. But the fate turned out to be merciless. The more they did not want something to happen, the more it became inevitable. The stone column immediately transmitted the alarming news to its owner. The state of the bridge became critical. The huge building was destroyed. People looked at the destroyed bridge and could not understand whether it was an emergency. The girl said it would be very difficult to move on. The hero noted that the river's current is too strong, so it will be difficult to cross it. The girl suggested using a flight potion. He replied that he had already thought about it, but did not know how others. But he was interrupted, saying that there is an idea even better. The creation suggested that Hero himself build a bridge and wondered what he was thinking about. The guy replied to try. Now that he became stronger, he could be simple enough to touch, but he was not sure whether the recipe would appear. The hero pressed his palm to the bridge and smiled. Under it, a magical circle caught fire. It involved the power of creation. The guy said that the new bridge was built from what remained from the previous bridge, and still used 800 branches from the edge of the devil. This bridge is not subject to time and serves as a kind of shelter. The blonde said she heard about the one who had reborn, but never thought he was capable of such. Another girl replied that she, as usual, in her style. The creature turned to the hero and said that he looked like God. The hero replied that there was nothing special here. It is just a matter of skill. Thus the bridge was restored, and no one had to bypass it. In the evening, they got to Surrey. Meanwhile, in the guard of Surrey, one evening the guard thanked the hero for the fact that he restored the bridge. He promised to tell about it a major, and for such a good business, our hero will definitely receive a reward. The protagonist replied that it was more important than he thought at first. The guard explained that this bridge is a key place in intersection, so it is extremely important. The guy replied that Meard is now undergoing treatment. The knight asked where he knew about it, and Cook explained that he received the letter. The hero said he received it from one of the aristocrats who knew him. He was informed that the count is being treated in this city now and asked to keep it secret. Ku said he understood everything. The guy thanked him for his cooperation and apologized that he had detained him when he was tired. Finally, he added that he would be glad to see them again. The knight suggested that because they stay for 4 days and 3 nights, it is worth going to Hot Springs. He also said that the festival will be held in the city tomorrow in honor of the 300th anniversary of the foundation of this city. The protagonist noted that the fuss reigns everywhere. The creature was surprised that there is a thick smoke around. The girl said that today it seems to be special. The guy explained to her that this holiday is an ancient tradition and has a story. He said that once there was an ancient civilization, and about 300 years ago, a city was built on its ruins. The creature noted that 4,000 years ago there was another city here. Underground was still working a mechanism that nourished hot springs. The protagonist replied that he is well aware of how hot springs work. Slime, in response, noted that this is very reasonable, and such knowledge should be protected. The guy said it was time to eat. He wondered what a special dish they had here. It turned out that it was a white pot of a gaunt. The hero said the dish came out very rich. The girl noticed that even 1 spoon, and the taste is already incredible. Блондинка заплющила очі від задоволення і промовила, що їй тепло. Slime exhaled in response as if agreeing. The girl explained that each institution prepares this dish in its own way. Then she was told that they may be tasting her tomorrow in other places. In the end, our characters ate 6 large portions and returned to the hotel. The guy was lying in a hot spring along with the mucus, closing his eyes and felt a pleasant warmth. This is what he expected. The hero suggested that his friends feel the same. He very much wanted to tomorrow they would be fully enjoying the holiday. The next day they strolled the street, and the girl noticed that there was a lot of hotels around. The guy paid attention to the variety of dishes on the menu and asked in Lily, or something from it. The girl apologized, confessing that she was a little lost. The hero asked what was worried. She was silent and then started explaining. Lily said she had a dream, but she only remembers excerpts. She was asked what she saw in the dream. The girl told that they played on the open air, on people. The guy was surprised and said it was a little strange. Lily added that she agreed with them. She said that the scene had changed, and they were already leaving the fountain, holding the glee. The hero realized that it is a branch of Yggdrasil, but does not know any recipe for her and does not imagine how it can be used. Lily noted that everything around changed again. All the characters left Sari and went to the northwest. The guy asked again, because 4 portals lead in a completely different way. There are only mountains and forests, and he does not understand why they are going there. The girl replied that she also did not know, and for the first time in her life, she dreamed such a strange, confusing sleep. The hero asked the girl if her dreams are usually clearer. She replied that all her dreams were clear. At this point, the mucus intervened in the conversation and said that she understood everything. The creature said that once a great scientist told him, the ability to predict the future has a limit, and yet, those who have great power can change the future very quickly, so it is almost impossible to predict the result. The girl replied that Cow was just incredibly crazy. She didn't even notice how he started using fire and fly. The main character asked Blyly whether the prophetic dreams are always made, because it is possible that the excerpts she saw will really happen. Blyly agreed with that. The girl asked if this means that the guy would play on the pipe. Slime replied that it sounds cool, could not remember whether he played on this instrument, so he was not sure of how he would work. One of the heroes suggested returning to the present, enjoying the holiday, and trying new dishes to start. They began to praise different dishes: beef soup, dessert, which is prepared only on Tuesday, a special sweet taste, fruit hootie, and red wine. The brunette said that the meat broth was delicious, and Lilia noted that her dessert turned out to be sweet and pleasant. The mucus also exclaimed that she was feeling great, but suddenly she became ill. The girl turned to her and asked if everything was fine. The creature replied that she noticed salmon. The guy, in turn, said he had no choice. After that, he was given a potion for cleaning. Mucus assured that now everything is fine, and the hero noted the good ability of Mucus to recover quickly. Then one of the knights suggested that the hero take part in the lottery. Ku exclaimed that he had already seen it before. He was explained that in ancient times this game was called numbers. The one who was the first to collect one line, vertically, horizontal, or diagonal, won. The one who is the first to make one line will receive a journey on a luxurious cruise liner from a fort port to the royal capital. For the second place, they will give a musical pipe. The protagonist and girl were surprised to look. She said it would soon be clear whether this dream would come true. Lily exclaimed that she seems interesting. The clown turned to people and asked if they liked the holiday. He also reported that the main event of the morning, the ancient lottery, is about to begin. The guy saw that someone was waving his hand and asked the girl if he was not the guard they met before. The girl replied that it is probably he who was. The clown happily reported that the drum was still spinning. He shouted loudly, 29. Lily was upset because she had no such number. The inscription on the main character's ticket burned. He explained that he did it all on his own. The guard laughed and asked if they were surprised, because they saw how he used his skill. He invisibly added this skill to everyone's cards. The clown explained that during the game numbers can change or rewrite, so you should not give up. You need to enjoy the game until the very end. In the second half of the game in bingo, everyone is usually divided into 2 groups. Some play with admiration further, discovering new opportunities, and others are sad and are already well left. For the hero, such a spectacle seems interesting and fun. Announce the next number, 61. These were Lily's. After that, the guy continued to receive more numbers. The clown wondered if almost all fields were already filled. He also asked to say knockout if there was only 1 digit. The protagonist replied that he participated. The guard wondered if he could return the stolen call. The guy replied that who knew how it would be. The girls from the crowd shouted that they had the same cradle. Kella turned to the hero and said they had not seen themselves for a long time. The guy wondered if she came to look at local attractions. It also became known that this girl is also an adventure search. Slime noticed that these people were familiar with each other. The clown announced that the final battle was close. The number of 6 fell. After that, the number of 1826 appeared, but none of the heroes reached bingo. The guard declared the next number, 87. One of the boys was already very close to the victory. He could win bingo if the number 88 had fallen, but he also knew that he would only be the second winner. Suddenly, the number on the hero ticket has changed. The hero said he had all the numbers. But does it not mean that he took first place? And Kella suddenly stated that she had all the same. It was a real surprise for KO. The characters took the stage. The clown was surprised to see 2 winners at once. He greeted them both. The guard said that there is only one prize for the winner and the one who became the second, and he allows them to decide on their own who chose. The girl hesitated a little, and the guy just smiled, because he immediately understood everything. The hero asked him to give him a call for second place. The girl was surprised and made sure that he really wanted. The young man replied that it is the most important thing for them now, to get to the capital of the kingdom, and she can take a prize. The clown replied that Kella would get the first place. She asked if it was true. The girl was so happy that she couldn't believe what was happening. Kella thanked the boy several times. The guard announced that the reward for second place will now be awarded. He turned to the hero, asked to reach out, and started counting. One girl said that if the prizes were a little more, then she would have won it. The other also added that she was very close to victory. Kella asked herself if she had made extra problems. It seemed to her that she made him accept what he really did not want, and now she was embarrassing with him. The hero replied that everything was fine, and once again reminded that at first they were going to go to the capital of the kingdom. The guy replied that he really could not play the pipe. Everyone looked at the main character, and then he began to play. Slime said that this musical composition is called Susanna's Dream. Once one well-known musician said that playing this work is not easy. The girls began to admire what a good tune, and that the hero seems to be really capable of everything. Celsius promised her grandmother to have lunch together, so she said goodbye to everyone and promised that they would still see. The elder man approached the hero and introduced himself to Randolph from Myard. He said he was the owner of the Myardic lands, and added that he was greatly honored to get acquainted with those who defeated the dragon. The old man told that he had heard about all the hero's exploits. He knew that he had defeated the black dragon, overcame the devil, and also restored the bridge of the emergence. Suddenly, the man coughed, and the guy was worried about whether he was fine with him. The Earl apologized and explained that about 4 months ago there was a large flood in the north. After that, he was treated in hot springs to Surya to restore health, but now it is not very good. He added that the hero, in any case, is a philanthropist of this land. The man said that if there is some trouble in the future, they should turn to him. In his family, he was given to thank for help. He promised to support them sincerely in any situation. The grandfather suddenly began to cough strongly and from it fainted. The protagonist was worried and asked if everything was fine. A dark aura suddenly began to emerge from her husband, which rapidly approached the boy, but he had time to defend himself. The hero received a message. A curse of the high level was found. However, thanks to the protective amulet, which removes all the negative effects, this curse has been blocked. Lily suggested that this curse had imposed a monster. Iris wondered if this type of curse could be transmitted to others and whether everything is fine. The guy assured that all is well. The knight rushed to the man and begged him to remember. He was screamed so that he was not too close, as it could be dangerous. The hero did not understand what was happening to the count and whether there was any information about it. This curse is called the Curse of Black Death. It is very dangerous and quickly transmitted to others. Because this curse can cause serious harm to everything around, it is advised to use the Yggdrasil branch to restrain it. The girl suddenly sighed and said that this branch looks just like in her sleep. The guy reported that the black fog around the man disappeared. Lilia asked if this means that the curse was removed. The hero replied that it was only temporary, but now it should not spread. Some of those present in the room could not stand and said that he simply could not look at the graph in that condition. The guy remembered how they left the square with the guard and headed the Shadow Queen to the pavilion. The knight asked the hero what was happening with the count. The hero delayed a little, but realized that the moment came to explain everything. Cao began to say that the count was a curse of Black Death. He explained that this curse is activated when a person finds himself in a place where many people gather. The guy also said that this curse is a special force of a monster named Senior Lesh. The knight told that it happened about 4 months ago, during a large flood in the north. Count Maillard was able to drive the skeleton monster, but he failed to finally defeat him. Before disappearing, the skeleton showed the graph and quickly said a few words incomprehensible to people. The guard added that it was then that the graph fell on the curse of Black Death, and if he had previously understood everything, then perhaps it could be avoided. Lily approached the main character and said she had the highest level of magic of light. Вона запитала, чи може спробувати зняти з нього прокляття. The guy replied that if everything is that way, then let her try. The girl assured that she would do everything in her power. She began to read the spell. The graph twisted out of unpleasant thoughts. Lily said it could not be true and could not believe that the cleansing light did not work. She was asked what magic was. She replied that it would be the most striking and said that, according to legend, there was no curse that could not be removed by this spell. However, there are exceptions. The guy saw that the analysis was completed, and now he has all the information about the curse of Black Death. The hero began to think aloud. Lily wondered if he reached something. He replied that they needed to get rid of the very cause of all the troubles, to defeat the old lich, which imposed this curse. The girl wondered where this senior figure was. The guard replied that nothing was heard about him from the time of the Great Flood. Ku noted that it was a very bad sign. The protagonist suggested trying the function of the car card. I was advised to use the skill of cartography. The guy looked at the map and said that according to her ancient count was in the area of Mount Triss. The knight exclaimed that he finally realized where the skeleton was. The old man slowly raised his hand and turned to the main character. The earl said that the Great Flood, which occurred 4 months ago, caused his family of a terrible blow. Almost all knight orders were destroyed. The protection of the territory was entrusted with the gilding of adventures. The recovery will last for many years. He thought with fatigue that his heir was still very young. If he dies here, serious riots will start in possession, and everything can get out of control. The earl acknowledged that it was too much to ask, but he asked if he could help him defeat his older lich. The guard bowed his head to his knees and said he was also joining the request. He also mentioned that over time the branch would weaken and the curse would spread further. The protagonist said he understood everything and agreed to fulfill the request of the council. He thought he could not ignore the problem. Iris returned to the boy and asked if the current situation was similar to Lily. Ku began to list all the events that had already happened and agreed with it. The girl praised another, saying she was incredible, but in response she thanked, but added that it was not her credit. She just has a good skill. Iris noted that Lily says in the same way as a hero. She also added that Ku has always talked in a similar style, but she has not heard it lately. Then the guy explained that he had changed his mind since then. The protagonist noted that people may have the same abilities, but everyone uses them in their own way and at different levels. Skill is part of Lily itself, and it is important not only to have them, but also to know how to use them. The characters came out of the carriage, passed the forest, and went to the mountain. Now they stood in front of a high stone wall. The guy looked at the map and noted that their target was inside the rock. Iris smiled and said that there was a smell of nostalgia. The hero agreed with her. Ko came on the door, and the girl asked where he knew about them. He replied that he had already encountered something like Anin. She said it was obvious to her. The guy noted that this problem was different from the one they had in Anin. Suddenly Lily exclaimed that this symbol is a quote, an emblem of evil. She said that the cult of disasters was a pagan faith that arose in the times of ancient civilizations. From the very name, it becomes clear that his followers considered natural disasters in deities and worshipped them. 4,000 years ago, people of ancient civilization were preparing for disaster differently, but the cult of elements always interfered with them. The guy began to think that the old Che had a really strange taste if he could live in such a place. He may even be associated with some misery from the outset or worshipped something like that. The protagonist thought that no matter who before them, their goal remains unchanged. He asked the Slash to break the castle, and all went inside. A little time passed, and the characters came across another door. One of the guys read the inscription. It was an underground temple for worship number 3. Sluts were fascinated by Kui. The main character asked where he got. The creature replied that it is one of the largest churches of the cult of disaster. Slard said that they were erected strange structures around the world. The believers came to these temples to perform the rite and glorify the disaster. In addition, they built a maze on the way to the center for worship. This maze is full of traps that are intended for punishment of violators or for those who try to escape in the middle of the rite. The guy asked what rituals they performed. Дівчина відповіла, що навіть не хоче про це думати. The hero noted that they did not get lost with the automatic card, but there is one problem. Ku explained that it would take some time to get out of this maze. The girls were silently agreed with him. The hero understood that as soon as the action of the seal was weakened, the curse of Black Death will manifest with new force. There was no moment to lose. Iris suggested using the root search feature. The guy agreed that it was a good idea, but at first he had to repair something. A huge wooden hammer suddenly appeared on the hero's shoulders. The girls asked why he was this tool and what he was going to do with him. Who told the girls just to watch? This item has a special bonus, so it has almost no use to him. The protagonist said that the stairs to the second floor are directly in the center of the maze. The girl asked him not to say that he was going to use a hammer. The guy struck his fist in the wall. Iris noticed that it likes it. Slime noted that he had an unusual way of thinking. The heroes managed to get the stairs, so they won a long time. In the first room on the second floor, the ceiling began to collapse, and on the floor there were tiles, which worked when they were stepped on them. The guy decided that it was quite simple not to step on the tile, so he used the flight potion, and together with his friends, he hurried into the next room. The second room is called Magical Laser Room. It is long and narrow, and on both sides stands 10 auric guns. Together there are 20. The protagonist with a crazy look evoked the room. Destroying all the guns, he moved to the next room. Comrades were in the last room on the second floor. Some of them noted that the air is heavy here, and the atmosphere itself causes a spooky feeling. Slime told that the whole room was covered with a powerful curse. If you send magical energy to the crystal ball that stands in the middle, the curse will stop for a while. The young man said that someone would have to pass the magical power of crystal constantly, sacrificing himself. All three looked at him closely. The protagonist scored and said that the trap was horrible. Lily began to joke that she would be a victim. Iris immediately supported her and said the same thing about herself. The main character just smiled, looking at this funny dispute. Kato asked them to wait for this place. The girl called the boy, but he assured them not to worry. Lily remembered how the guy repelled the curse of Black Death in Syria. He confirmed it and said that the curse did not act on such reincarnated as he. The revival protects against all types of dangerous diseases. Therefore, this guy is best for this business. The hero said that everything succeeded. Slime reported that he pulled so much magical power that the ball was completely destroyed. Lily wondered how much magical power he used. The guy was convinced that they had already passed the second floor. According to Mappa, the next one had to be the third floor, but there was a problem. He noted that this card is very reminiscent of the dungeon. After that, he asked the Slim if there were traps. She replied that most likely they were not, but she had an alarming anticipation. The hero said he would go first and all others should stay behind. The girl asked to be careful. Subsequently, the skeletons were attacked, but the guy was able to repel the attack. He smiled and exclaimed happily that he had succeeded. The missing skeletons began to return gradually. He thought that the immortal came, and it was alarmed. There was little time, and Ku did not know what to do next. Lily grabbed the staff, and the skeletons got into the charming circle. She began to pronounce a spell against them. The girl said that her skill of lightning is the strongest ability to purify among all light magic. She added that this force can completely destroy monsters or runny nose with the ability to recover, despite how many times they could have recovered. The guy was convinced that light magic works great against the undead. He considered it a classic technique not only in the world of games and anime, but also in this world as well. The hero said they would go in front with Iris to win a little time until Lily finished destroying monsters with magic. He asked if someone had a denial. The girl replied that no, and the other promised to try his best. Slime asked what could be said about her. Ku replied that she was better left behind. He asked her to monitor everything that was happening on the battlefield and to tell him immediately if something noticed. She agreed, adding that with her glasses would be a very careful observer. Analysis of runny nose data is completed. You can now apply forced purification with the help of Eugene branches. The guy wondered if it was possible to clean the runny nose simply by putting a branch of Yggdrasil. He did not even hope to receive such a useful answer, because this material was not yet processed. The skeletons became in a row. The hero said we should try. He explained Iris that the right side is now behind her. The guy launched forced cleaning, and the skeletal silhouette gradually began to dissolve. Ku returned to Iris. She told him that he could produce an enemy. The girl exhibited a shield against the skeleton. Slime praised the heroine for coordination and wonderful teamwork. Lily noted that the branch was very strong and promised to sing even faster. The girls talked to each other. After that, the characters go further in the short way, which is shown on the map, and the road destroy the skeletons of warriors that happen on the way. The guy said that if you pass this corridor, they would get to the last room, and surprisingly, on the way they did not happen any trap. Iris replied that she was running ants on her skin. Lily confessed that she was experiencing a strong wave of evil energy. Slime replied that a whole horde of the undead was probably waiting. The hero added that anything could happen, and he does not believe that the monsters are left without insidious stalks. Ku suggested his plan and called everyone to get in the circle and listen carefully. He said he was going to attack from the front, and the girls will need to count up to 5 and follow him. I asked if such an attack was called a frontal attack. Iris wondered whether he was going to apply the divine supplies, as it would allow you to attack the enemy unexpectedly. He confirmed her assumption and immediately began the attack. They coped with the monsters, and the guy praised Lily. The girls said they had already overcome the 3rd floor. Slime replied that there was a little left and called for everyone to try further. The senior figure hid in the very heart of the maze, on the 4th floor, farthest from all. The senior is an unclean species that is able to recover after injuries. Clearing light does not work on it, so maybe even sacred lightning will not harm him. The young man wondered about the possibility of forced cleaning with the help of a branch of Yggdrasil. However, he is not sure whether it will work against the older lich. For each type of undead, there is a special way of forced cleaning. It takes about 60 seconds to prepare this method. The hero thought that it was too long, especially when you find yourself in the swing of the battle. The system suggested that the preparation can be reduced by applying the skill to the older lich or hitting it with holy lightning. The guy replied that there was no point in delaying the battle, so he suggested that his friends do not forget about it and consider the strategy. The hero saw that the old figure appeared. Йому спало на думку, що якби це була гра, зараз би почалася катсцена. In the meantime, Lilia has already prepared her skill. The guy believed that an unexpected attack was the key to success in any honest struggle, but one blow was not enough. The old figure began to spell, and the dark magic tapes that quickly reached for the characters were escaped from his hands. The system informed the hero that the analysis was completed. It takes only 24 seconds to create a forced cleaning process. The guy said he needed to jump one more. The guy wondered how the dead came after that disaster. Before him was a list of words that ignited in him a fierce interest, and he noticed that now only 10 seconds for everything. Iris noticed that everything looks bad. Lily said she was experiencing a very strong, evil aura. The main character asked what was happening here. There are only 3 seconds left before the analysis is completed, and it needs to be done earlier than something happens. He returned to the girl, and she immediately understood everything. The boys began to activate the magical branch. They began to create a forced cleansing against the undead, which was called the Old Figure. The system reported that after the victory over the senior digit of the Curse of Black Death disappeared and the level of the protagonist rose to 99, he was very happy. The girls were glad that everything was finally over. The hero noted that only through their coordinated work they succeeded. They lifted their fists, showing their friendship and unity. The guy said the curse of the Count has already been removed. Iris was relieved that she was glad that Surya did not become a ghost. However, the senior figure turned this underground room into a fortress. She was asked what had happened. She replied that there were many traps on the way, and she was unclear how he got out and returned. The guy assumed that he may have used the magic of space and time or some similar power. The protagonist was something worried about the interpretation of skills. He turned to the older lich and asked what he did. Kyle wondered about a dark priest who worshipped the dragon langer and conducts a ritual of insatiability. He wondered if they did not interfere with his right. The guy appealed to the system to analyze the magical circle. Iris noticed that it was very good and warm. Lily wondered at the protagonist what he did. Kook replied that he was studying a magical circle, because the senior league holds some ritual there. Slime said she could not allow the owner to work alone, because she was capable of something. The creature said that he managed to access the altar system and rewrite property rights. The guy thought it was a really magical creature that appeared in the times of ancient civilization. The analysis has been completed. Or ask the main character, or everything is fine with him. Ku replied that everything was well with him, but he learned more about the rituals that were performed in this place. Initially, supporters of the disaster cult conducted a ritual of an immortal warrior through which skeleton warriors appeared in the world. After that, they sacrificed themselves for the sake of the ritual of the immortal king and summoned the ancient lich. Skeleton soldiers guarded the temple, and the senior number had to hold a third ritual called the Ritual of Insatiability. It turns out that the senior figure climbed to the surface every 100 years to take away the sacrifices of the soul by the curse of Black Death and prepared this ritual for 4,000 years. The guy explained that, in other words, the senior figure, which was discussed in the records, and there is the same figure they had just won. The girl wondered whether it means that he avenged all the victims until now. The characters answered that the main problem in this ritual. He added that this ritual seemed to be conducted to cause a creature called a great catastrophe. The girls wondered again. Lily said she had heard about a disaster that exceeded all her tragedies. She asked if it could be the same great disaster. The guy confirmed this. He said that the restless dragon Nenager, which is caused by the ritual of gluttony, is much stronger than the new dragon. The girls were stunned and frightened. They asked him again if the new trouble was even more frightening and more powerful than the black dragon. Iris said that if such a creature appears on the surface, it would be a big problem. Lily asked if the ritual managed to stop. The hero replied that he was interested in finding it out. The inhabitants of this city were to die and their souls to become victims of an insatiable dragon. However, they managed to prevent it. Suddenly, everything around began to tremble. They say it was an earthquake, similar to yesterday. Lily noticed that she was bad. A charming circle from which the sword grew from. The girl was surprised even more when she saw that the dragon shield came. The system has sent a message that the resurrection of the dragon nail. The guy warned that the monster was approaching them. Lily said she felt a terrible presence as if someone was pushing her soul. The guy wondered if everything was fine with the girl. She nodded and said she was ready to climb up. The hero agreed, and Blind came closer to him. He said quietly that he had changed the owner of the artifact to himself. Iris noticed that everything happened instantly, and suggested that the senior figure also uses the same way to appear and disappear. Lily attracted the attention of her friends and showed her finger sideways. The guy was surprised, noticing the flying sphere in the air. He stood in front of the girls, protecting them, and said he believed that they disrupted the ritual of gluttony. The characters heard a piercing melody cry, like singing. They appeared in front of them, which was very similar to the dragon. Slime asked him about it, and he confessed that he was not sure whether he could be called a dragon. The protagonist said that their efforts were not in vain, but now the question was whether they could win him. He understood that if he did nothing, the whole edge could be destroyed. Therefore, he decided to do everything that was in his power. The girl turned to the main character and said that the city was in danger. The young man reached forward and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a man like a job appeared in front of them. The hero ordered everyone to rise on board and give a full move behind the monster. The robot nodded that he heard the order. She asked, "How am I?" The guy looked at the mucous membrane, drank the potion, and said confidently that he would deal with his hands and stop the dragon. He said he needed to attract his attention. After that, he waved his great sword. The dragon froze for a moment, as if he was not going to move on. The guy thought that it was easier to stop him than he imagined. The dragon's tentacles were prevented by him. About 80% remained magical forces, and another 20% planned to spend a special ability. The guy noticed that the liquid from the dragon's body looks very dangerous, so it was risky closer. The dragon was already seriously injured. The protagonist decided to finish him from afar. Ku decided that he needed to finish it as soon as possible, without delaying the fight for a long time. He was going to put half of his residual magical power into magical skills. The guy was surprised when his attack just walked through the dragon. He did not understand what had happened and thought that his blow was in vain. His magical power remained only 10%, so he could no longer waste it thoughtlessly. The protagonist with horror lifted his eyes and realized that he could not move, although he did not understand why this was happening. He rolled over his head to the ground, hit her, and looked away in surprise. He did not understand what was happening to him. He seemed to be dragged into a dirty swamp, and no force for magic was left. The guy considered it unfair. The dragon easily penetrated through his blows, while the shots of the dragon hit him. He could not understand it. Analysis of the unique ability of Insatiable Dragon is complete. The system proposed a possible hypothesis. The hungry dragon was able to influence the surrounding space and create various amazing phenomena. He could become invisible and easily slip through the strikes of opponents. The hero thought it was very bad, and as long as the dragon had such power, he has no chance. He thought with relief that the dragon's strength still had a limit. But here the monster moved to the city side again, and he swore from powerlessness. The guy thought he would be able to protect the city, but all his magical forces were already over, and there was no chance. If he does not retreat right now, then the strength will not be left at all, but to leave meant to leave the city to his or her own. He has not yet used all his capabilities. He had many objects and abilities in stock, but the guy was not going to give up. Just as when the hero fought with a black dragon, his level exceeded all borders and continued to grow. The guy shone with his weapon. The seal of Jigersil disappeared. It is now allowed to use the force of 20%. The characters carefully inspected this weapon, puzzled, and asked if the dragon could really be defeated with her help. The system explained to him that in order to use Luke Drausil, a magical force was needed. He decided that he should unite with Lily. At this point, the main character was asked if he was all right. Kook carefully replied that he was all right with him and asked him to chase after the dragon as soon as possible. I still decided to tell the hero that he was just glowing. He only sighed and said that so much happened, and Slime added that the hero looks bright and cool. Kook returned to Lily. She replied that she understands how it works, because since childhood she has seen it many times in predictions. He said it would be easier and asked to share with him his magical power. The girl thanked him for everything. Tears appeared in her eyes, but she smiled. She said she was ready to give him all her life. The guy replied that he only needed magical power, not her life. The girl was surprised and lost the gift of language for a moment, not knowing what to say. She immediately began to apologize, assuring that it was just a misunderstanding, and asked him not to pay attention to it. He said they would discuss the details later and asked her to pull the bow with him. The girl obeyed and added that this is how everything happened in her dream. She thanked him. The protagonist said they needed to do so, and the girl agreed. Together, they pulled the boats. Death bow is already caused. An arrow that carries a catastrophe is ready. The forced punishment of a great disaster begins. The guy returned to Iris. She said he could give her it and create protection against the attacks of the dragon. The arrow of the murderer broke through the spatial protection of the dragon, completely decomposing his strength. The situation has changed in favor of the heroes, and now they just need to continue the offensive. The magical power of the hero is increasing. He used the ability to cause disaster. It is the ability to call and control already defeated disasters. The guy raised his hand up and started to shout the spell loudly to conquer the dragon. Iris asked in surprise whether her eyesight failed, because it was a black dragon right in front of her. The protagonist calmly replied that he caused him with the help of magic. Finally, the day has come when it is back side by side in battle with the Strakow dragon, which he had ever met. The hero shone even brighter and began to encourage the black dragon in his battle against the dragon Nanjar. The girl said that this sight would always remain truly creepy. The guy added that such a dragon could even turn the ashes. The system began to list the achievements of the hero, his rebirth, exceeding magical power, and the complete destruction of the black dragon. Lily said that the magic sword has his own will and chose the protagonist himself to use it. The guy pressed the sword to his face and began to whisper the spell, clearing the flames of extraordinary power. His face was bruising after a fight, but he happily stated that he finally got to him. The system announced him that he reached 108 levels. For the fact that he has passed a mark of 100 levels, he has been opened a new skill. The main character reached a 3-digit level. Due to this, the limit of his strength has increased sharply, and now his magical abilities have become much more powerful. Depending on how the hero takes advantage of this opportunity, many new strategies will open. He asked if he could now call a dragon noun. Attempted to control the insatiable dragon failed. It was believed that the main body of the dragon was torn beyond the action, so the skill did not work on it. The guy wondered about the restrictions, because usually full support almost always works. But now it cannot use the space control. Due to this ability, it can bend the space at short distances, become invisible, and stop enemies. It is not just spectacular. Such a power brings him great benefit. The protagonist said that he defeated the dragon Neneker. When he was asked that he was feeling after winning the second dragon, he honestly confessed that he was very tired and now dreamed of getting home and having a good rest. Iris asked him for sparks. He replied that he did not know. Lilia said she had one idea and wondered if he could listen to it. According to the legends of the god of war, the souls shine with golden light. These lights may be the souls of those who sacrificed an insatiable dragon. Slala agreed that he thought so. People and sacrificed people, after the hero defeated the old lich and thwarted the ritual, received freedom. In gratitude, they gave him their strength for help. The Earl happily spread his hands, greeting everyone. He became very pleased to see that everything was fine with his comrades, and he invited them to sit. The old man said that if it were not for them, the city residents could die. He sincerely thanked them with the whole heart. The hero replied that he did only what he should have and asked for permission to report everything. He spoke about the old lich who lives in the dungeon and how he managed to stop the ritual. However, despite this, the dragon Neneger still returned to life. In addition, he remembered how they managed to defeat the risen dragon Neneger. He thinks that if the fate was different, everything could be completely different, so he considers himself very happy. Earl said many people could die without them, and he would never forget this important help. If you ever need support in the future, he asks not to be shy and contact his family. The next day, they received the highest award from the Count, then returned to the guild to report on the task and do other cases. The guy said everything was finally over, and that all the problems were much more difficult to solve than to fight the dragon. Lily confessed that she was also very tired. Slava asked if everything was fine with her. They were met by Kella. She greeted everyone and told what she was going to their hotel. The hero wondered who she goes to. Kella replied that she wanted to see him because he defended the city. The girl was asked if she baked the cake herself. She said that her parents had a pastry shop and they prepared a cake with their aunt. She promised that the cake is very tasty. Slime can no longer wait to taste it. Kel also heard that he had won another dragon and asked if it was crazy and whether he became too strong. Iris said it was a real madness, and if it goes on, he would kill the third dragon. The girl replied that she agrees with this because he could easily defeat not only 3, but also 4, 5, or even 6 dragons. The guy did not like this answer. Kel suggested no longer joke. She said she had already given them a cake, so her business was completed and she returned home. Blind confessed that he was very hungry. The hero suggested returning to the hotel. Iris agreed with this thought and added that it could be considered a holiday today. The characters tasted the cake and closed their eyes with pleasure. The girls have sincerely praised this delicious dessert. Iris couldn't believe that they managed to win. Lily, in response, noted that if it were not for the main character, they would have big problems. Kook replied that he would not cope, and this result was achieved only through the help of girls. Iris answered with a smile that the council was to help, and Lily assured that she didn't need to thank her. At that moment, Lily mentioned the case when Iris said she was ready to give her life for her. The protagonist asked what she meant when she said. The girl was a little embarrassed but still answered. He asked if it was difficult for her to talk about it. She replied that she did not, and added that she did not understand much. Slava replied that she should share with them. The sages of ancient times said, in the case of talking to someone, thoughts in their heads become clearer. She was offered to share her doubts with others because it could help solve her problem. She agreed and said that he may be right. Lily reminded that, as she explained earlier, according to the traditions of the religion of the god of war, the priestess of this god has 2 important missions. Ku added that one of the tasks is to convey Yggdrasil Ilbikos, and the other is to find a charming sword Grecum. The girl agreed. She said that there is a 3rd mission that was not mentioned in ancient traditions. She learned about her as a child due to her prediction. If you remove the seal on the meadow, it must give its life to create an arrow that will bring a terrible disaster. The guy understood everything right. In fact, he needed not life itself, but a magic power. Iris wondered if her prediction was false, but Lily confessed that she was not sure. The future may change through an event, or everything will happen during another battle. To be honest, it is more inclined to the second option. Slime was worried and asked if she would die. He denied, and the girl thanked him, but at the same time she proudly said that she was a priestess of the god of war and was ready to give her life. During the battle with a treacherous, intriguing enemy in Fujiya, the hero saved her when she was in danger. Now, if necessary, she is ready to even sacrifice herself to thank for salvation. The guy said even if everything happened as she predicted, he would look for a way to save her and not let her be a victim. He asked if she agreed with that. The girl did not deny, but she was not going to give up her task. She wanted to fulfill her mission and at the same time dreamed of living longer and with all the travel. She asked if she seemed to them that she became a selfish. The answer was negative. Iris added that she supports her and considers such desires quite natural. Slala assured that he would also help her if there were problems and asked only to let him know. The girl was angry, seeing how decisive and ready to support her. Lily slept on the couch, and the mucus nearby insisted that he needed a little more time to eat. Iris looked at the girl and said that Lily reminded her Phyllis, especially with her desire to take on all our worries. She had a gift of prediction, so, looking back, she understands. She probably knew when her end would come. The girl staged all her business and even left a suicide note. When Phyllis died, she was overwhelmed by repentance. She thought more than once, if she was nearby, she would be able to save her. These thoughts did not leave her mind for a long time. The main character guessed that the girl did not want to repeat her mistake again. In response, the girl explained that she just compares Lily with Phyllis. The guy noted that it was normal to use the experience of the past for future decisions. They stood nearby, hugging and smiling. Iris thanked the hero and confessed that his words had reassured her a little. Ko asked Iris about her. She did not understand what he was in mind. Then he clarified whether she had the same hidden mission as in the Priestess of God, a mission for which he needs to sacrifice his own life. She said it was interesting, but she confessed that she didn't know anything about it, and she said sincerely. The guy confessed that he was hopeful for this, because he did not want to lose his expensive girlfriend and asked her not to disappear suddenly. The girl smiled and said that she considered herself happy, because she had the opportunity to hear such words from him. Lily pressed the slate and asked if Fort Port was their next stop. The hero confirmed it and added that they would move to the royal capital from there. Many people have come to the road, and the graph seems to be going to go to the royal capital later to take part in the award ceremony. They decided to get there in the shortest way, without stopping in the post office. She was glad that she would finally be able to stroll on the ship. The protagonist asked him if he had to travel the ship before. He replied that it was his first time. Slasha gladly said that the boat would shake. He repeated it again and again. Iris laughed at it. The protagonist was lying in bed and could not sleep. Then he decided to try his new abilities and experiment with them. The glove that was destroyed during the battle inside the inventory completely recovered to its original appearance. He realized that weapons and armor, created with the help of skills, are automatically repaired when placed in inventory. The protagonist was already going to leave the room, but he was trying to use spatial curvature. To apply short-term movement with spatial magic, it must accurately specify the destination that sees with its own eyes. He found himself on the field and turned. He noted that the area is really big, even more than he thought. The robot asked if he was going to go. The protagonist replied that he just wanted to stroll a little. Dest said he understood everything and wished him a pleasant walk. During their journey, the robot was a night watchman and a grand saloon driver. He would like to thank him for his efforts. At this point, a notification from the system came. For 3 ability to control space, labels were created. Now he can activate each of these skills by simply mentioning its name. The protagonist smiled and thought it was very convenient, because during the battle, even a moment could decide if you remain alive. Ku decided to check how the skill of elusiveness works. To do this, he began to look in search of monsters nearby. Suddenly, the hero heard a sound from the forest that stood in front of him. The monster reacted with a grip to a glove made from a black spider. The protagonist, this thing seemed not too important and did not make sense to him at all. By controlling the space, it can enter into such a state as if it is present, but at the same time, it is not here. And it is in this state that the hero becomes invincible. This skill can act as a maximum of 6 seconds. Q was already going to check the spatial restriction, but something was distracted by something. He said his plans have changed, and now he would have to cope with the monster quickly. The guy got his huge sword. The hero sat next to the girl and began to look carefully. She had no wounds, but it seemed to him that she did not fit into this world around. He wondered if everything was fine with her, because if she was bitten by Scorpio, she needed urgent help. The girl opened her eyes and asked who he was. Kyle replied that he was a regular traveler who just passed by, and again wondered if everything was fine with her. The stranger replied that everything was fine with her. She asked him not to worry about her and run away from there, because it was dangerous to stay. He asked her what had happened. The stranger replied that the white Scorpio lives in this forest, and even if it is a first-class adventurer, she will not be able to cope with this creature. The hero replied to the girl that she should not worry, because he had already defeated him. The girl was very surprised. She asked if he was joking. The cow denied and said he could prove it. He began to pull something out of the magic circle. The protagonist asked the girl to look at the subject in his hands. It was a white Scorpio clutch. The girl agreed with him. She apologized to him for an uncomfortable question and clarified whether it was called. He confirmed and asked if they met before. The stranger replied that they were not familiar, but she knew about it and again asked for late dating. A girl named Kurt Sid introduced. Her name is Letitia de Meteor, and she is an adventurer of rank A. The girl said her name is Letitia. She has already heard about the hero's exploits, though he was an adventurer not so long ago. Ku replied that all this became possible only with the support of friends. The flying laughed and said that the rumors were not lying. He was really modest. He also said it was a great joy. In addition, the white Scorpio is considered a threat of A+ level, and to win it, it usually takes at least 8 assailants of rank A. But the hero was able to overcome him alone, although she was engaged in the study of this creature. The guy died and thought. He was wondering how she managed to get out of a fight with such a fierce monster without a single scratch, and why she fainted afterwards. There was a tension between them. The hero felt uncomfortable, but still decided to apply his skill on it, and it revealed her mistake. It is believed that the selected person is something that goes beyond the usual ideas. The analysis process has begun. The guy wondered who she really was. Letitia approached the main character and asked how he used the evaluation skill. He was surprised that she paid attention to it. The girl replied that she was feeling a stranger well and said she didn't think he was trying to find out women's secrets, even if they have just met. She came closer to him and confessed that she did not really perceive his actions badly. The flying put his palm on his cheek and answered as expected from him. There was no slightest fear in his eyes. The girl came so close that there was barely space between them. She quietly asked for permission to introduce to once again. The flying again confidently called her name and title. She emphasized that she was called as a great dragon of a distress, and she is a natural enemy of all living things. The guy could not believe that this girl was a huge dragon. No matter how he considers it, he was a common man. It was difficult for him to imagine that he was really the same creature that recently attacked the city. The system explained the hero that this girl has a human body, but in her soul lives great Cataclysm, a proud and majestic dragon. The guy realized that this girl was a real evil in human form. She wandered, covering her mouth with her palm, and in a cheerful voice asked if she was scared. She assured that she did not want to quarrel with anyone, confirming it again in her own words. The hero asked what she was in mind. The girl replied that her main task was to destroy this world. However, she has not yet decided whether she would fulfill this mission. This year she turned 17. Now she has a rebellious age. I'm a little delay. The guy faded and wondered, is this girl really different from a black dragon and a dragon of gluttony? She said that for his dad, such a reaction was quite clear, because she hid the truth that the cause of her fainting was not in white scorpion. Letitia asked her to let her apologize for it. The hero wondered why she lied. The girl replied that everything is really simple. If she suddenly confessed to him that she was only problems with her, he would have thought that she was strange. The guy agreed with that. Ku asked why she decided to show her true face. The girl replied that it might seem strange, but it seemed that they had already met somewhere in the distant past. He told her that they had never met before. It was their first conversation. But when he answered her question, he was pierced with a strange feeling. He seemed to talk to the girl once. It was unclear and strange for him. She already said that in this area, they repeatedly noticed great monsters. It was the investigation of this case that led it to the forest. White Scorpio is a very dangerous monster. If not stopped, it can cause distress to neighboring cities and villages. Therefore, it is better to stop it as soon as possible. The protagonist agreed with this, but understood that going to the White Scorpio himself was too risky. The girl smiled cunningly and said that she was a real catastrophe, so she does not lose some simple white dragon. The guy noticed that the girl had faint and asked what had happened. She replied that she was not sure, because before fainting, she felt a strong pressure, as if there was still some trouble nearby. She added that the dragon Nanagar seemed seriously injured, and she was curious about what happened to him. Ku assumed that this could have happened because of his ability to control the space. The girl was surprised how he could have such a special ability. The guy just said he took it. The girl was surprised, but in the end, she understood him. Letitia took his left hand in her own hand and said that she was feeling the power of a black dragon there and asked if he could cause him. The hero replied that he was surprised by her guess. He said he knows well what it means to be a disaster. Such forces have 3 natural enemies. The first is a hero who has the art of agility. The second is a sage that has a natural magical gift. And the latter is a demon lord who got a treasure of trouble. The girl wondered if he was indeed the Lord of Demons. The guy denied, but she repeated her question. Once in another world, the hero did not choose a single road. Because of this, he received all the extraordinary abilities. The girl listed 3 natural enemies of the elements and said that the hero has all these qualities. She wondered if it was possible. File added that Kook is a really unusual creature. She moved enthusiastically and said she was very interested in it. If he does not mind, she will gladly join him on a journey. The girl said her offer was unexpected, so if he suddenly becomes awkward, he could refuse. However, the hero did not argue. The moment she hesitated, not knowing what to say, and then asked if he really did not mind. The CUO said that it is too late, and he is restless to leave the girl in the mountains. She thanked him and agreed to the proposal. Letitia asked if he realized that she was like a disaster. He explained in response that she is a catastrophe that is not going to quarrel with him at all. The girl decided that she would use her fists only against the villains and the monsters. The young man replied that there would then be no problems. The girl laughed and the guy wondered what had happened. She said that the main character has a good heart, and that's great. Ku was embarrassed and replied that she overestimated him. The system has announced that the girl allows you to travel with the main character, but he forgot about her. The guy rejoiced when he heard that you can create a thing that is equal to or even exceeds the bow with the seal of Igra. Lily's magical power allows it to use only 20% of the bow, but if she has to apply all the power of a bow by 100%, it can cost Lily. If the hero learns to create strong things on his own, he will be able to avoid this problem. He no longer wants to see the expression of the face that was in Lily at that moment. Letitia began to tell that she was born in a snow-covered northern country behind the sea. She was the second princess, and at first considered herself a perfectly ordinary girl. She hid all her memories and powerful, terrible power in her soul. But 5 years ago, the king became very ill, and the palace began the struggle for the throne. On her 12th birthday, she ate poisoned cookies and found herself on the verge of life and death for 3 days and 3 nights. It was because of this case that the memory of her own past returned to her. She took advantage of the power of her disaster to destroy the poison and survive when she was on the verge of death. After that, she exposed the second prince, who poisoned her, and deprived him of his right to inherit the throne. Subsequently, she decided to leave the country. The man was surprised that she is the second princess. So how can a person of such a high noble position be so easy to leave his country? The girl replied that this would usually be impossible. However, every disaster has a special power. She took advantage of this ability. The guy wondered that it was a ability and whether it is convenient for her to talk about it. Letitia replied that one of her special abilities is dominance. In simple words, it is a kind of brainwashing. If she touches something and fills it with a dragon essence, it can conquer people and things by turning them into their puppets. The girl stopped near the tree, carefully touched the hand of his trunk, and began to whisper the spell so that the tree would drop its leaves. All fallen leaves flew the girl, and the guy reached out to her to lift her. She asked if she was afraid to touch her, because she could use her ability against him. The protagonist replied that if it were, she would not tell him about her gift. The girl asked again, and the guy confirmed her words. According to her memories, the hero, the sage, and the lord of the demons are protected by the skills of reincarnation, but the dominance force should be much more powerful. They decided to try to check it. The system reported that the factor of arrogant dragon was revealed, but its influence was blocked. The state of rebirth neutralized the anomaly. The girl understood. Her ability on the hero does not work. The guy decided to tell her about his hobby, though he was not sure whether he really had him. When he studied at the university, he most liked to spend time on games, but since he began to work, he no longer left for that time. Ku said he read a few books but did it only from boredom. The girl laughed and said that she should not be able to answer. Her hobby is poetry and drawing. She suggested reading him a poem. The guy had no artistic sense, so he could not appreciate her work. But the girl's poem caused him memories. She confessed that she allowed herself to write this poem about him. The guy stretched after sleep and saw a Latvian in front of him. She greeted him with good morning and looked cheerful and happy. The hero asked the girl whether she slept well last night. She answered with a smile that thanks to his cozy room, her dream was wonderful. The girl woke up a little earlier than him and watched his sleeping face with pleasure. He said there was nothing special in his face. Letitia replied that she did not agree with it because she considered it very pleasant. The girl did not have the idea that the famous dragon hunter could sleep so quietly. The guy took his eyes and said that at least after all this, he would not dream of horror. Lily, along with Slala, entered the room and greeted the main character. But when they saw the girl, they were surprised and suddenly stopped. Slime introduced himself an assistant and asked the name of the stranger. She called and said that he would now accompany the main character in his journey. Lily also introduced herself and said that she saw her in her vision last night, so he knew well who she really is. Letitia said she was wearing the priest's clothes from the religion of the god of war. If it has a gift of prediction, then it is probably really a priestess of this god. Lily confirmed her words. The girl wondered at the protagonist, whether he knew who is like. The guy replied that he was familiar with her. Then the girl, which everyone called a catastrophe, reassured him. She has already told everything about her true essence, and you do not need to worry. Blind confessed that he was also interested in finding out her secrets. Letitia said that this mucus is very sweet. She asked permission to be poetic form. When she finished, she looked carefully at the boys. Lily glanced at her. Slala was shocked. The stranger was a real problem. He stated that they were in trouble, although the girl did not seem like a bad person. The guy agreed with this, and was surprised that someone could understand her poems at all. Letitia said that she liked to create something new than to destroy. Iris entered the room, greeted with everyone, and was surprised that everyone had already woke up so early. But as soon as she saw a stranger, she immediately froze on the spot. Iris returned to the girl. Letitia noted that they had not seen themselves for a long time. The guy was surprised because he didn't know that they were already familiar. The protagonist wanted to ask another question, but in Lily suddenly stuck in his stomach. She apologized to interrupted the conversation. After that, someone suggested that you have a breakfast. Letitia looked at her favorite dish with delight. The guy said that the food is still enough, so if the supplements want, let him just say. She smiled and replied that she was trusting in the word. Kuo asked Iris if she was familiar with this girl. Iris replied that once, when she was instructed to defeat a dangerous monster, Letitia was with her in one team, and they fought with this monster together. The girl said that it had passed for a year, and during this time everything around her has changed a lot. The atmosphere was not at all as it was before. Iris was surprised and asked again, although she did not deny that she really had changed a little. Letitia answered that it was not a little. Earlier, Iris was cold, removed, and kept everyone at a distance. The guy believed that in the end, the girl overcame many difficulties and became a better person. Iris looked at the main character, lowered her head, and confessed that she was pleased to hear it. Letitia immediately realized how her girlfriend feels. The evil said that now she realized who had changed the girl. Iris asked her to shut up. Iris asked if she and her fearlessness were also inseparable, which Letitia answered. Iris is a true element, a bright and self-confident dragon, which in this world can only scare one, an opportunity to get worse. The girl said she heard something incredible. Another in response noted that she was not told about it. In fact, she is a dragon distress, and you can find out the details of the protagonist. The story ended, and I asked the protagonist whether he really decided to trust her. The guy replied that yes. The girl said that in this case she did not deny because she believes in him and accepts his choice. Letitia asked if she really was indifferent, because it could be cheated by the main character. The girl replied that this is not a problem, because he is very attentive. However, the guy noted that even attentive people can sometimes be wrong. Iris assured that if something similar happens, he can count on her support, because they are friends. The guy agreed with her and they smiled cute to each other. Letitia leaned to Lily and began to whisper that there were 3 in the beginning, but did not even have time to look away as she was aside. She was asked not to be upset. She said she was also interested in being in her place. She just silently follow the characters. According to their estimates, they had to come to the fort port even at noon. So they decided that by that time, everyone would do what they wanted. The main character devoted his time to creating new things, and this time he managed to do 2 at once. He suggested that Black Spider and White Scorpio have common ancestors. Sala noted that the hero is attentive because these 2 monsters seem to be born from one root. A similar story can be found in legends about dragons. Black spiders and white scorpions have common ancestors. They are at odds with each other, competing for the right to be called true heirs. It is very similar to how people are fighting in their history. The young man mentioned that in the Scandinavian myths, Yalarharhar is a horn that is notified of the end of the world. But if he blows him, nothing wrong will happen, and the world will not cease. From the other room came the joyful voice of the girl. She announced that she completed her drawing and called everyone to look at her work. The main character said that she draws perfectly and is very good. The flying replied that it is a great honor for her to hear such a compliment. The main attention in the picture is attached to the face of the main character, which is depicted in the profile. She managed to convey his calm and unmoved expression perfectly. Iris drew attention to the fact that it is a sense of absolute confidence, exactly the same as in Witch. Glory asked Latish if she could master the art of drawing. She confidently replied that yes. In addition to her talent, the Latvian also involved the power of the elements. The young man believed that the use of the power of disasters in this way was not too correct. However, if you use it for good deeds, it is much better. The desk returned to the main character and suggested that he look out. Everyone looked out the window and saw an incredible marine landscape. She was surprised to see the sea gleaming, and Lily felt a salty wind on her face. The guy did not see the sea for a long time, and now it was extremely good. The guy looked forward and saw the sea stretching down to the horizon, closing nothing. They had to be near the port, and the port itself had to be crowded and humble, but there was no ship. The main character immediately realized that something was wrong. CC reported that a small earthquake occurred, so it stops work for safety. Letitia noticed that the earthquakes have recently occurred much more often. If her memory does not let down, they have occurred about once every 3 days. It seemed to be a very disturbing sign. He only reported that they had already arrived at the port and thanked him for his patience. The main character in response thanked and wished him a good rest. The boy approached the boy and asked who he was. He said that there was a certain situation in the city. Although he saw that travelers were tired after a long road, he still asked them first to go to the Adventure Guild. The heroes saw a dilapidated city and horrified. All ships in the port were destroyed to the ground. Irisa noted that it was not like a monster attack. The guy replied that it was the case of pirates. They did it as soon as they could. The main character was surprised. The guy explained to him that there was an attack at dawn, and because of this, the port was completely destroyed. This is only one pirate ship. They had an ancient weapon, a huge battleship, and the gun on his nose destroyed the whole harbor. The pirates sent the envoy to the city, demanding that they give them money, food, and girls. They threatened that if the locals do not fulfill these conditions, or at least one person will escape, they will attack again, burn the city, and destroy all residents. The protagonist called pirates a pathetic pillow. If ancient weapons do not get into those hands, many people will suffer. Letitia said that such behavior was simply not easy. Strong use their desires to suppress the weak, and such evil cannot be left unpunished. The girl confidently stated that they needed to punish the pirates with the iron hand of justice. The main character fully supported her decision. The views of his comrades also burned the same determination. They stated that they would go together. When the guy walked the streets of the city, many people paid attention to him and recognized the winner of the dragon. They whispered among themselves, saying that he had won a lot of monsters and believed if he was taken to the team, they would be able to overcome the pirates together. Iris noticed that the atmosphere in the guild immediately changed as soon as the main character appeared. Ku replied that he did nothing. Letitia paid attention to him and noted that even such a guy had a sweet side. The girl asked if everyone agreed with her. In response, she was told that the protagonist is very shy. The CMU felt awkward because of the attention of his comrades. It seemed to him that Slala noticed everything around. The pirate messenger sat in the dining room for staff and was quietly waiting for their answer for a cup of tea. He did not refuse anything. Such actions caused indignation of the characters, but otherwise they could not act, because otherwise there would be even more difficulties. The messenger warned that if someone tries to interfere with him, he will immediately contact the main group through his device, and then the attack will start immediately. The protagonist realized that there was a problem, but his reflection was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice who called for help. The guy heard it and immediately took advantage of the skill of hearing. Some heard that a girl and a man were in the room. The girl called for help. The main character felt rage. He realized that he could not leave it unattended and asked everyone to wait for him to do something. They came to the door and heard some voices from there. Letitia, along with others, decided to act together and help. The girl said he never ignores other people's requests for help. The protagonist noticed that she reminds him of the heroine from ancient legends. For her, it was a great honor to hear such words from a true hero. At that moment, they suddenly entered the room. The crying girl noticed the characters and turned to them for help. At this time, the pirate asked them not to interfere in his affairs. Seeing Ko, he recognized him and asked in surprise where they knew him. Pirate called his name and was angry that the hero did not recognize him. But the guy did not pay attention to it. It was the most important thing for him to save the girl. He decided to try a new thing, a glove that could suppress other people's abilities. The pirate fell to the ground and asked the girl if she was fine with her. She thanked him for salvation. The flying confessed that she did not even have to do anything, and she remained disappointed. The protagonist promised that next time she would use her abilities, and she agreed with it. But the girl is afraid that because of her desire to fight her this night, will not be able to fall asleep. She feels the approach of a real storm, and it does not herald anything good at all. Meanwhile, in the guild, the adventurers were sincerely thanked the heroes for being in defense of an important employee. The man turned out to be the head of the local department of adventurers. He introduced himself and apologized because it was through him that the talks with pirates failed. He sincerely regretted it and explained that he was treating his subordinates as his own children and did not intend to fulfill the demands of criminals. The protagonist asked what the man meant. He replied that the pirate ship is actually an ancient weapon and has a terrible force. Even if all the adventurers from the city are united and repelled, the city will still be destroyed and burned to the ground. However, the appearance of a dragon knight could change everything. From the conversations with the guards, the guy knew that the heroes had to come to the city even at noon, so he was waiting for them, as if he were negotiating with them. The guy realized quickly, this man just takes time. A governmental girl says that if the main characters stay with them, then together they will cope with the pirates. She sincerely believes. Jess knows about all the achievements of the cuz. They are asked to take advantage of his force to expel pirates and save the city. The man said he understood everything and asked him to tell him everything in detail. They explained that from the word of the envoy, it turns out that the pirates once belonged to the guild of mercenaries. The main character remembered the events in Annan. When the mercenaries tried to rob the city, they were driven by a cloud of dust. Otherwise, they could become pirates. The man said that pirates often become people who have lost their place in life. They were joined by fugitives from mercenaries. The protagonist does not understand where they came from this ancient weapon, but he is sure that it cannot be trusted by irresponsible mercenaries. He wondered if all the forces of the pirates were known. Jess apologized, explaining that he was occupied by extinguishing the fire and therefore could not help. Ko replied that there was nothing wrong with this. He suggested simply interrogating a man who lies without his senses. Letitia said that if they need to extract information from this man, she has an idea. She used her skills on it. The protagonist was surprised by the girl's abilities. She said she was still on him. The guy agreed with that. The man touched his hand to the pirate, and his body pierced an incredibly strong current. Sparks fell around. You woke up and started shouting. I do not understand what is happening and why everyone gathered around him. He began to swing his legs and accidentally hit them on the flower pot. The pot fell and hit his head. The protagonist asked if everything was fine with him. The pirate grunted that he fell silent and added that he was only a messenger here, and the protagonist would not be able to just happen after what he did with him. Pirate understood who the main character was. He said he still remembers how he treated him. Ku could not understand what this man was saying. The messenger mentioned that if he had not helped the old man, they would have avoided exposure by refusing to accompany him. He only had to remember how indignation filled him. The protagonist guessed that this guy was one of the mercenaries, though he was not sure of it. The pirate smiled ominously and said that his leader was a former rank of BXS. He asked if the hero remembers him. Ku thought and agreed what it was possible. The gunna suddenly began to shout that, having learned about the main character in the fort port, he would immediately stop negotiations and throw all his forces on the attack. Due to the actions of the hero, this city is doomed to death, and he will only remain in his own pity. The guy strongly stated that he would never allow it to happen and would surely destroy the pirates. He asked the messenger to tell everything he knew. The pirate did not like that the protagonist threatened him. He thought not to obey the teams, but still agreed immediately. The guy promised that he would act on the orders of the protagonist and himself would tell everything, and then swore in it. He did not understand what was happening and why his people behave as if something was forcing him. A person who abuses his power and forces others to fulfill his will, in fact, he himself comes under the power of others' desires through the desire for control. Iris confessed that she was wondering where they learned how to drive these ships. The protagonist replied that devices on these vessels are probably not at all like modern ones. Slava said that ancient ships are real masterpieces. They have training devices that show how to control a vessel, and also works artificial intelligence, which is always ready to help. Letitia noted that she was waiting for an ancient civilization. However, her hopes for convenience did not come true. The protagonist noted that if anyone can manage such abilities, then get into bad hands is a real danger. This situation is just a clear proof of this. Lily said that any tool can be good or evil. It all depends on who in whose hands he will find himself. The second news was that a separate detachment of pirates was hiding on the Western Road. The pirates were well prepared, and no one realized that they also had their own people on land. The main character believed that their goal was to catch and plunder those who tried to escape from the city. Sala added that they were traveling to the fortress on the road, but did not meet any pirate. Cook replied that they chose a straight path, an eastern road that is shorter and safer. Ira said that if the residents of Fort Porta escaped to Syria, they would choose the western road. The protagonist replied that anyone, when common sense, always chooses a safer way. That is why the pirates were limited to the western route. The third important detail was the size of the pirate gang. It turned out that there were really many pirates, more than 200 people. There were about 120 of the most important of them on the ship. Lily noted that, to put it easier, about 80 people move separately. The volatile explained that both the main group and the remaining ones are not so small forces to ignore them. The protagonist believes that it is best to deal with pirates right now. The girl said that if at least one escapes, it can bring even more trouble. She hopes to catch them all. The pirates thanked him for the necessary information and then asked the last request. At first, he began to refuse. The messenger did not understand who the hero asked for help, so he suddenly stated that he would be pleased to fulfill all his assignments. The pirates were told that he would not be ashamed and behave as if he were their dog. He began to bark. Slavler also repeated after him and stated that he got much better. Ku asked honestly to tell where the magical device for communication with the main group was located. He was lying in the right pocket of the herald's pants. The protagonist was going to use the communicator and warned the pirate. Then he offered him to relax, and the guy agreed. But suddenly he was hit by a current again. Now that the characters learned everything they needed, they decided to repel. In order to resist such a large number of pirates, the head of the department sought help from the fort port. Meanwhile, they came out to the open terrain to prepare for battle with another group. The guy asked if they planned to destroy that group first. The hero replied that no. The mug held the holy Galak of Khan. It was the same sign as in Lily, a sign of the god of war. It is a symbol of the supreme god. According to religious legends, the god of war collects the souls of brave warriors in his castle in the divine world and prepares them for the future battle. This story is similar to the legends of the Scandinavian gods. The supreme god Odin gathered the fallen soldiers in Valgali, preparing for Ragnarok. Lily began to read the prayer and suggested that perhaps the protagonist not only reborn, but also became the successor of the god of war. Letitia said it sounds cool, but now the protagonist must make something important. He took the pipe and started playing. The system explained that since the level of the fur is 109, it can send no more than 1,090 soldiers. When the warriors called before them, the protagonist asked them to stand up for the protection of residents of the city.